Yo, what's up, everybody? Hello, hello. I am back. I have returned. Back at Tricky Headquarters, Tricky Studios, Akron, Ohio. I have returned from Brazil. I had a wonderful time, and thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for the hype train to start off the stream as well. Xenu with the 100 bits, and the sub in the 33 months. Lance with the sub in the 53 months. Riot Town with the sub in the 5 months. Puntiso Pessi with Love from Italy with the sub in the 7 months. Carrot Sticks. Morris, the gifted sub from Morris. Thank you. Carrot Sticks with the sub. Birdkeeper Matthew with the 22 months. Trey with the 3 months. Shiroyu with the 43 months. Spike Owens with the 25 months. Rev Rob with the whole year. Sunny Games with the 42 months. Oh, I'm happy to be back. And Sticks, I'm glad that that your work days are getting a little bit easier to handle with the Tricky Gym streams returning. Thank you, Kai Sell, the sub in the 41 months, and Leosk24 with the Prime sub. Most people here got a lot done at work last week. Yeah, isn't that? Well, that's good. You got to have, you got to have productive days in order to fuel the less productive days, you know? It's important. It's all part of the work-life balance. Yes, yes. So hopefully everybody got a lot done during the Tricky Gym vacation in Brazil. I got to play in the Latin American International Championships. I decided to play Gardevoir along with like 20% of everybody who attended the event. I do wish that I had not chosen to play Gardevoir. I think the entire time leading up to the event, I was lamenting that my top 3 deck choices all had Rare Candy in them. Not to say that like Rare Candy is a bad card, but look at the 2 decks that were in the finals. They were more aggressive decks, and that's something that I wanted to play, but I felt like Roaring Moon was like the dominant aggressive deck, and I knew Roaring Moon was kind of fake. I could feel that it wasn't very good because it lost to all the Rare Candy decks. And then I was like, and then all the like, and I felt like Roaring Moon also beat Miraidon, and I felt like Roaring Moon also beat the Entei Valiant deck. I like Miraidon, and I like the Entei Valiant deck. I just feel like they didn't. I just feel like they didn't really hold up. I feel like Miraidon's, Guardy matchup wasn't great, but I guess if you just get that hands going, then it's probably fine. And, thank you, Leos, for being here. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. And then Entei Valiant also is like another aggressive deck that has some good matchups, but it just... It felt like I'm going to be honest, it didn't necessarily feel like Miraidon or Entei had like great Guardy matchups. Guardy just seemed like it was an absolutely insane deck. And it was. I mean, it was dominant. It was dominant. There was like 20% of the field was Gardevoir. And I kind of just had like a middling run, honestly. Let's pull up the I did okay. There were a couple things that just kind of let the wheels go off the tracks, and that's just how things go sometimes. But I did end up finishing with a record of 5-3-1, and that was good enough for top 256, so I did get plus 80 championship points, and you know what? That's okay. Let's see what we got. Plus 80 championship points, so a little bit closer to the World's Invite. Oh, yes, you can see my 5 o'clock shadow. Of course, because I haven't shaved. My suitcase actually didn't arrive with me on my flight home from Brazil, so I didn't even have my razor. Therefore, I've got the 5 o'clock shadow, as you can see. Oh, let's take a look at the run real quick. I don't have too much to talk about, but because it wasn't amazing. But I do have some things to talk about. So let's take a look. All right, these are my rounds. I started off 2-0 feeling pretty good. I beat a Charizard deck and I beat a Gardevoir deck. I did a lot of practicing with my buddy Joe, who I was traveling with. Joe played Charizard, I was playing Guardy, and I got to practice that matchup a whole bunch coming into the event. So I felt really good about the Charizard matchup, but I just kind of played against the one Charizard there and was able to win. And then I played against a Gardevoir round 2 and was able to win that matchup as well. Played against a Gardevoir again in round 3, and I won maybe a 30-minute game 1. And then game 2 was coming down to the wire, and I only had one prize left, but my opponent was able to end up taking the win. And then this is what so they took the win in game 2 on turns in time. So that was just like, that is what it is, right? I could have played slower in game 2, but I'm not like that. So it didn't happen. All right. I could have played slower in game 2, but I'm not like that. So round 3 ended up like a tie. Thank you, Whimsical Hatter, for the sub and the 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, Ionios, for the 44 months. But yeah, I was like, if I'm going to play Guardy, I'm going to have to, I'm not going to try and finesse anybody. I'm going to just play some solid Pokemon and see what ends up happening. Oh, of course, Ben Lowe. Of course, Ben Lowe. I really had a great time in Brazil, and I really, I met a lot of fantastic people, and it's all about perspective. You got to have perspective, and you got to have love for Pokemon fans all over the world and support the scenes in different areas of the world, even if it's not, what you're used to. I think it's really important to show support and love for the Pokemon community all over the world. 100%. And I think it's really foolish and narrow-minded to have this stance that a lot of the Pokemon community was having. Yes, it was messed up. So I do what I do, and I was just doing my best to spread positivity. And I met a lot of great people. Had a lot of fantastic experiences. I cannot wait to show you all the vlog. Really, I went into the LAIC experience. I had no idea what I was going to be. I had no idea what the arc or what the story of the vlog was going to be. I had no idea, what my experience was going to be like. But having the story kind of unveil itself, over the course of like the week that I was there, it's a really special one. And this video that I'm going to make has the potential to be my favorite video that I've ever made, even more so than a lot of my other favorite videos. So this has a lot of potential. This video has a lot of potential. I'm really excited. And it was just me and my buddy Joe, traveling. I got to stay with trainer Chip as well, and Azul and Caleb and Grant Manley. So we kind of stayed in like a room block together. Azul and Caleb and Grant Manley were in one room, and me and Joe and Chip were in the other room. And we did a lot of our pre-tournament testing together, which was a lot of fun. Azul and Chip and Grant, they didn't get out of the hotel much. I did. Joe and I did. Yeah, I think like Azul and Grant ordered Pizza Hut. No, not Pizza Hut. They ordered Domino's 2 days in a row. They were like, hey, you guys want to get Domino's again? And we're like, Joe and I are like, no, we're going to go do stuff. Like, bro, I swear, some people, man, you're in Brazil, bro. Yeah. So that was kind of funny. But Joe and I made a dedicated effort to get out of the hotel and go do some things, and had a lot of fun doing that. And the adventures of Joe and I in Brazil were really fantastic. I mean, the vlog is gonna be special. We did some testing and some kind of like, just some kind of exploring of Sao Paulo, the couple days before LAIC, and then the day after LAIC, we took a 2-hour Uber to the beach, and the 2-hour Uber only cost $50. So $50 US. So that was fantastic. So we went to the beach. Let's see, I can show you guys a map. 2-hour Uber, $50. Yep, easy. I was just like, heck yeah, dude. Like, you telling me it's only going to cost $50 to go to the beach? Let's do it. So we did that. And for those of you who have never looked at a map, Brazil is down here. Yes. And we were down here. So the event took place in Sao Paulo. Sao Paulo is apparently like the 4th biggest city in the world. So a huge city, absolutely massive, right? And as you can see, Sao Paulo is kind of inland. So you're not really next to any beaches in Sao Paulo, but the weather was beautiful. It was like 90 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit every day we were in Brazil. So, after playing in day 1 of LAIC, I finished top 256, got some points, cool. I know some people were asking me if I was going to be at the event to play Gym Leader Challenge on Saturday. And as fun as that sounds, respectfully, I do like to get as far away from the convention center as possible when I'm not playing in the main event. And that has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with anything other than the last thing I want to do when I'm traveling is spend more time than I need to in the convention center. That's really what it comes down to, right? Is that if I am flying out to Brazil, my first time ever in South America to play in a Pokemon tournament, if I'm not in the main event, I am going to spend my time not in the convention center. Why? Because I've seen a million convention centers. They're pretty much all the same. I want to go use, the excuse to travel as an excuse to experience more of the world, right? So on Saturday, and huge shout out to everybody in Brazil and Latin America who helps sustain the Gym Leader Challenge scene and makes it as popular as it is. But for me, it was going to be about going and exploring and seeing more of Brazil because there is much more to explore than just the convention center here. So on Saturday, Joe and I woke up and we took a 2-hour Uber all the way to Guarujá. And as you can see here, is a beautiful coast in, beautiful beach here in Guarujá. And apparently, this is my dad was saying that Pele is from Santos. Santos is right over here. Pele is like one of the most famous soccer players ever. Football players, soccer players ever. Yeah. So that's cool. We were close to Pele's hometown. It was $50 to Uber 2 hours. So it was $100 round trip to get, which is not much. I mean, dude, there's like really when you're thinking about it, like that's not much. And the $50 Uber that took 2 hours wasn't even boring because you're getting to experience, you're getting to experience the coast and the countryside through the window of a car. So it's not like taking a 2-hour, tell you what, if you take a 2-hour Uber in Ohio, for instance, there's not much to see, okay? This is going to be like this is going to be horrible, okay? You're not going to have any fun. You're going to see lots of you're going to see lots of construction, cornfields, and highways, okay? There's nothing really to see there. But in when you're in a country that you've never been to before, there's a lot to experience, which was really cool. So like even the 2-hour Uber was not bad. So we took a 2-hour Uber to the beach. We spent all day at the beach, and I have lots of stories to tell about that, but I don't want to. I did try the guarana soda. It was horrible. It was so bad. I'm sorry. I had the most amazing food in Brazil. It was fantastic. I loved every minute of it, but the guarana soda was no. I had like some guarana Fanta, and I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. The guarana Fanta was not good. I don't know what I was expecting, but the guarana Fanta was not it. Thank you, Horsey, for the sub. I picked Fanta, right, because I'm familiar with Fanta. I'm like, well, it can't be bad, right? Oh, you got to have the Guarana Antarctica. Okay. I mean, I've had drinks with guarana in them, so I didn't know what I was expecting, but I just had the guarana Fanta was, like, not good. Thank you, Jester, for the sub and the 21 months. But yes, the beach was gorgeous. There were so many people out having fun, enjoying the weather, drinks, food on the beach, people playing soccer on the beach. Joe and I got to play some pickup soccer with some kids who asked us to play, which was very fun. I got absolutely beat because I'm out of shape and exhausted. But yeah, it's like I don't speak a lick of Portuguese, but but some kids come up to you and ask you to play soccer. You can kind of figure out what they're trying to ask. And, they were really good about organizing the teams. We played on the beach. We used flip-flops as goals. I almost scored off a header. Like, I played soccer, okay? I played soccer my whole life up until... No, I held my own. I almost scored off a header, and I know that instantly gained me some respect. The kids were not expecting me to have to work like that, okay? Thank you, Steve the Good, for that sub and the 51 months. Thank you. Yeah, I almost scored off a header, and I did score once. But after 3 goals, I was winded. I think Joe and I were like ready to collapse. We were exhausted. So we had to tap out, but it was a lot of fun, and we met some locals in Garuja who were very helpful and extremely kind. I ended up posting about them on Twitter, which was just so cool, right? Yes, this is Fernando here and his brother. This is Joe, who I traveled with. And Fernando and his bro helped us to get situated with some beach chairs and umbrellas. They were very, very nice and kind fellows. And then at the end of the day, we had some food and then took an Uber back. And on Sunday, which was my last day in Sao Paulo, Joe and I went to Japantown, where there were lots of like street vendors selling like Japanese food and merchandise, and we kind of just romped around Japantown a little bit. So that was the last thing we did. It was a relatively short trip, but I felt like I did a lot and really got to kind of got to experience quite a few things. I met this very kind fellow Samuel in Japantown who helped to show me around. Samuel told me that apparently Primeira is the best football club in Brazil. If you are from Brazil or know anything about Brazilian football, you can tell me if Samuel was correct or not. And then, so Samuel got me to say Primeiras, yes. He's wrong. All right, Ben, what's the best club then? Thank you, Shubhan, for the sub and the 40 months. It's Santos. We met some Santos. Oh, okay. We met, let's see. I can't wait to show you guys the vlog, bro. Did I learn any new words in Portuguese? What? Pregado is thank you. That's pretty much all I know. Yeah. No, not much. Didn't learn much. And my phone pretty much... my phone pretty much... it's Palmeiras? Is that it? My phone had bad service pretty much the entire time. So I was playing a lot of charades. Thank you, Big Tuna. Ridgeway, I saw you did well at the tournament. Congratulations. But yes, I decided to play Guardy. And round 3, just had some very unfortunate mid-game draws and ended up tying after losing game 2. And then round 4 was just like the worst. Round 4 was just the worst. I played against Rapid Strike, Iron Valiant, and game 1, I go first, and I open Mew from Celebrations, and I open my 1 of 60 hit point Ralts, and my opponent, and I use Mew to look for a VIP pass with everything. I don't even find a level ball. I don't find nothing. No Fog Crystal, no Ultra Ball, nothing. And then my opponent donks me. So I have the 260 hit point Pokemon, and my opponent just donks me because they're playing Iron Valiant Rapid Strike, right? So they Yoga Loop, donk me. So then game 2, I go first again, and I open Mew. I go first again, and I open Roaring Moon. I go first again, and I open Scream Tail and Ralts, right? And that's it. No VIP pass, no nothing. And my opponent donks me again. So it was a back-to-back double donk. Horrible. I didn't even get to play. I didn't play a single supporter that entire round. And I don't even think that was a good call for the tournament. And I know that wasn't a very good call for the tournament because at round 9, I was sitting diagonal from Junio here, who was getting absolutely destroyed by a Mew VMAX. So I got to watch a little bit of justice be served. I got double donked by Junio here, and then I sat diagonal from them in round 9 and watched them got absolutely destroyed by Mew VMAX. There was nothing they could do. They were playing Iron Valiant with Rapid Strike Urshifu. They got just destroyed. There was nothing they could do. Yes. So that was a loss. This Gardymir was particularly bad just because my opponent popped off both games and got the first attack both games. Both games I lost by 1 prize. I just didn't draw as hot as they did, and got some bad beats because of it. I won against Baxcalibur here. That was fine. I won against Lost Box Giratina. That was fine. In this round, I had just cut the Jirachi from my list the night before, and my opponent, Jorge, was playing, or George, was playing the Pokemon Go Articuno, so that their Cramorants were doing 120 damage. Like, my game plan against this deck is going to be to use Cresselia to Moonglow reverse and heal off damage. But with the Pokemon Go Articuno, they were just hitting 120 with their Cramorant, and Cresselia was just worthless. And so after this round, after round 8, I was pretty like tired of playing the deck. I was like, this stinks. I wish I'd played anything else, honestly. And Guardi's a powerful deck, and it's got an extremely powerful top end, and like obviously that's why I played it. But like, I really was lamenting playing Gardevoir the entire time. I wanted to play a more aggressive, more consistent deck for the event. It's not even that it was too much brain power. It's just that the deck was, I mean, like, so often you're not attacking till turn 3. That's just so much time. You give your opponent so much time not attacking till turn 3. So that was a huge regret that I had about the deck that I played. Was that it was just very slow, and not getting the attack until turn 3 was just too slow for this event. And that was one regret that I had about my list. I only played 2 Rare Candy in my list. I did play the 2 Avery. I mean, my list ended up looking a lot like some of the top lists from the event. It really did. You know, I ended up not being very far off, all things considered. Let's see. Yeah, like, you know, Sierra only played 2 Rare Candy. I only played 2 Rare Candy, and I felt like it was terrible. I didn't like that at all. I did play Avery. I played Worker. I played 1 Boss, 2 Counter Catcher. Yeah, and it was very similar in a lot of ways, right? Played the Cresselia, and played the Screamtail, right? A lot of these lists ended up being very similar. So yeah, and this is the top 4 list from Sierra in here. So no, it was fine, and I did fine. I didn't play Cape. I thought that the Cape was, frankly, I felt like the Cape was unnecessary. The Cape would not have helped me in any of my rounds that I lost. No, and you can see Sierra in here didn't play the Cape either. Right? The Cape was pointless, honestly. Because, like, what's the point of the Cape? The Cape is like, okay, you can put it onto your Screamtail and knock out like a Mew VMAX on the bench. No, Zacian is just better, right? Is it Kieran? That's how you say this name? Kieran? What was I saying? Kieran. All right. My bad. But yeah, this is Kieran's list. Cape, so you don't start Zacian. I didn't start Zacian in any game. This really was not even bad. The tail is good, but the Cape is pointless. The Cape wouldn't have won me a single one of these games. Not a single one. Not a single one of these games came down to Cape. Not a single one. Like, they would not have mattered. You can't even knock out, like, a Charizard on the bench with Cape. Anti-donk technology. I mean, I guess, right? Zacian is easier to find at the end of the game when you need to just win, right? 280? Name a single matchup that I played where I need to hit 280. I'm telling you, it just didn't matter, right? Like, name a single matchup where I had to hit 280, dude. Like, not a single one. I didn't play against a single V-Star. Except this one, which I beat. But I won that. It doesn't matter. It's just the one Tina. You know, it doesn't matter. So it just didn't really matter. You know, you can either hit the knockouts you need to hit with Zacian or Guardy, and, you know, Screamtail doing 160 is like really good. You knock out Baxcaliburs, you knock out Squawkabillies, you knock out Bieberells. I felt like the most important thing that I needed was the third rare candy. That's what I wished I had done. Yeah, if you get Iono'd at the end of the game, you only need one card to find the Zacian to win. That's the exactly, right? Yeah. So I just didn't feel like, I don't feel like Cape is needed. Obviously, neither did Kieran. Thank you, Amik, for the sub and the 20 months. Yeah, and Kieran didn't play it either. So, like, obviously, they were onto something, too. I did like the one, I liked the one of research. I saw Tord played 3 research. I also saw that Tord got disqualified. That's a whole can of worms that we're probably just not going to get into, but, you know, obviously it is what it is, and it's kind of been a thing. He has been riding the line. Like, Tord has been kind of riding the line of what is legal in the Pokemon TCG and has been pushing the boundaries of how much you can gamify the time system. So, like, I don't think that anyone should be totally surprised, right? Yeah. Because he's been pushing that boundary and everyone knows it, right? Everyone knows it. So, like, he's been pushing that boundary for a long time, and that's just, you know, I think that a lot of that has to do with the vagueness of the rules and the structure of 50-minute best of 3 in the Pokemon TCG. Right. So, but yeah, I did like Tord's list. I did. Beat Tina, and then yes, this was a tough matchup because my opponent was playing the Pokemon Go Articuno. I also just had a couple of really slow games, and that's just like the deck just felt slow the entire time. It did. So, top 256, that's fine. Plus 80 championship points, that's fine. Literally doubled up the amount of championship points I have this season so far. But, you know, the trip was about much more than just Pokemon cards for me. Getting to meet people from Brazil and South America and getting to explore some of South America was really, really special and awesome. And I think that, you know, my beef with Gardevoir as a deck and with, you know, obviously Azul's group, you know, I did some testing with Azul's group the nights leading up to the event. I was pretty set that if I was going to play a rare candy deck, it was going to be Gardevoir. Like, because my 3 top picks were Gardevoir, Charizard, and Baxcalibur. And I was like, those all seem like heinous options. Like, those are not the decks I wanted to play, bro. They're not the decks I wanted to play, man. They are not. Yes. Not all. So, those were my top 3 picks, though, going into LAIC. And I was mad about it. I was not happy. So, Joe played Charizard. And Azul's group all played Chen-Pao. And I played Guardy. And that was like, you know, and Azul didn't end up doing too hot with Chen-Pao. His team all made like top 64 though, so they all got, you know, they all did pretty well. I think I had wished that I ended up playing Chen-Pao Baxcalibur. Honestly, I would have preferred to play Chen-Pao over Guardy, and I think that, as crazy as that sounds, I know, I should have just played Chen-Pao, but honestly, like, I didn't like its Roaring Moon matchup, and I expected more people to play Roaring Moon. And I didn't like Roaring Moon as a deck. And I didn't like the Charizard matchup. I didn't like the Charizard matchup. I didn't love the Guardy matchup. You know, I didn't like the Roaring Moon matchup. I still don't like the Mew VMAX matchup. Like, dude, bro, there's just not a lot of good matchups, man. There's not a lot of great matchups. But I think like the Guardy matchup ended up being like fine. Like good even for Miraidon with the Iron Hands. But I still don't like the Charizard matchup. I still don't like the Mew VMAX matchup. And I still don't like the Roaring Moon matchup. So, yeah. So, like, that's why I didn't choose to play Miraidon. No, I'm talking about Miraidon right now. Yeah. And then obviously Chen Pao didn't perform either. I mean, not really. It had one top 16 finish. I mean, Chen Pao was the deck that everybody was like, oh, it's going to be the best deck in the format. Even Azul's group was like, this deck is the best deck in the format. Yeah. What about Entei Iron Valiant? Entei Iron Valiant was sick. But I didn't love its Roaring Moon match. I think like we kind of expected more people to play Roaring Moon and less people played it. And I think that was just kind of part of it. We were weighing the Roaring Moon matchups higher than we should have going into the event. Like I picked Guardy because it had an amazing Roaring Moon matchup. All decks are good. You just have to have the right meta call and hit the right matchups. Really, all decks are good. There's a lot of decks right now that have potential. A lot. But when you like are in the I mean, a lot of decks are good. I felt like Charizard was a top deck. I felt like Guardy was a top deck. I felt like Tina was very okay. Miraidon, I feel like, is honestly just okay, but it's a consistent big basic deck, and it can just do these things. Entei Iron Valiant is, like, pretty okay, but it's a consistent big basic deck, and, like, when other decks like Gardevoir aren't attacking until turn 3, like, these decks can just feast on that. Right? They just can. Mew VMAX is, like, an okay deck right now. It loses if your opponent just sets a Charizard up, but, like, but it's an okay deck. But Mew's not going to beat Charizard. It's not going to beat Roaring Moon. So, like, you've got those two that you got to worry about. You know, Ian Robb, the top placement with Chen Pao. Chen Pao only got a top 16. And then it didn't get a single top 32. But look at all these Guardies. My God. So, like, obviously, I don't really regret my deck choice. Guardy is a broken deck. It was very good, right? And there's a lot of Gardevoir here at the top tables, right? I mean, Guardy was nuts. I don't, like, hate that I played Guardy. I don't. Right? I mean, obviously, it's not like it was... And that's ultimately why I picked it. Yeah, I played 2 Avery. That's ultimately why I picked Guardy, because I was like, I won't hate myself for picking Guardy, you know? But also, it was going to be very difficult to stand out in the field of Guardies, right? It just was going to. It was going to be tough. So, and that's okay. You know, that's fine. I got top 256. I got randomly double donked one round, and honestly, that can be a difference maker. Like, my entire tournament changed when I got double donked by the Iron Valiant Rapid Strike deck. Like, my entire tournament run changed with that round. Like, everything changed, right? I went from being 2-0-1 to 2-1-1, and then just, like, And my whole day got more difficult, right? Because I basically had one round where I didn't even get to play, which just felt so hopeless. I mean, it felt so bad. But, I mean, it feels like every deck kind of has a... I did start two Pokemon. They went Yoga Loop. All I had was two. I missed VIP Pass both games. So, yeah, I mean, all the decks have a shot right now. It does. Guess what, though? I don't need to eat a Pokemon card. Because Lugia stinks, like I said. I told you, if Lugia hands made top 8, I would eat a Pokemon card. And guess what? I don't see none Lugia hands decks, do I? The top placing Lugia was like all the way down here. So there you go. Now, predicting metas is very difficult, but I mean, obviously, it's like predicting the weather, right? You're like, except like way less scientific. Now, let's see. What did I say? Which one did I talk about? Let's see. Which one of these did I talk about my... Which one of these did I talk about my meta predictions? Probably here. Pretty much the entire day, I was saying Guardy was going to be the top deck, right? Yeah. That was always like, I felt like weeks ago. I mean, yeah, this VOD was released 2 weeks ago, but I felt like Guardy was just like that deck for the longest. And I felt like Lugia was dead for the longest. And guess what? It was. I had Lost Box Roaring Moon up here in tier 1. And it finished in the top 8. Very good. I had Charizard right here, and it had a great day. I was probably overhyping Goldengo. Goldengo should have been off the chart. Miraidon. I still feel like Miraidon probably is like tier 1, tier 2. I had, at this point, over 2 weeks ago, I felt like Iron Valiant Urshifu was the best Iron Valiant deck, but since then, I would have amended that to say that Iron Valiant Entei was the best Iron Valiant deck. But that deck wasn't really popping up at this point when I made this video. This is over 2 weeks ago. And that deck wasn't really as much of a thing back then. So I should have amended that. Lost Box, Turbo Lost Box ended up being Lost Box Charizard. Ended up being the best Lost Box variant. And I knew that some Lost Box variant would still be very good. I just didn't know exactly which one. It ended up being Lost Box Charizard. So, like, I'm fine with that. I had Lost Box Dragonite. Lost Box Charizard ended up being the better of the two. And, Lost Box, was still a pretty good, well-represented deck. But I knew that Guardy was just that deck. Like, Guardy's nuts, right? And Charizard was going to remain good as well. Chien-Pao was not the best deck in format. I knew that back then, and that remained true. But I did, like just about everybody else, I think, overstate Roaring Moon's power. Yes, I did overstate Roaring Moon's power. So... and then I did some some toying around. I was like, maybe just the Lost Box decks are broken. Maybe just, okay, look here. Had all the Lost Box decks. Yeah, Roaring Moon, still way too powerful, but I have Chien-Pao and Miraidon here. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Everything is mid. This is the everything is mid tier list right here. Nothing is good. All is mid. So yeah, I ended up having a great time in Brazil. Shout out to everybody who I met. Shout out to everybody who helped me along the way. Yeah, I had a fantastic time. I gotta say, hanging out with Azul and Caleb and Grants leading up to the event was very funny. I would say Azul and Caleb were really considering, and Chip were really considering like Charizard and Chien-Pao as like were their top 2 picks. They didn't want to play Guardy because of its time issues. Azul kind of considered playing Guardy for a minute leading up to the event. Azul was considering playing Guardy, but was like, we just have to play like lights out fast, you know. Thank you, Slade, for the 35 months. But then they all kind of settled on Chien-Pao, which I think makes sense. Like, you know, theoretically Chien-Pao has everything, but in practice it has nothing because it's a crap deck. Yes. I get it. I get why you would pick the deck, but it really just sucks. Yes. And I have to say, I still, even after this event, I have still never lost to a Chien-Pao Baxcalibur deck. Never. Even after this event. I have never lost to that deck, bro. Because the deck is washed. Can't be washed if it never was, actually, so. But, yeah, I'm still not a fan. I'm still big Chien-Pao hater, for sure. But I get it. I was even considering playing it. And I guess, but I still, man, that deck is frustrating. Never. I lost at locals once to it. I was playing Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is an even worse deck, okay? I've never lost to it at a regional or higher, I should say. I lost to it at locals once. All right, at locals, I lost to it one time playing Roaring Moon. One time, bro. One time. I did not see Ian Robb's tweet after he finished top 16 with the deck. No. I do think, yeah, they should reprint Beach for sure. What did Ian Robb say? I guess I could go look at it, huh? Oh no, Joe's flight was canceled. No, bro. Yep, just ordered Miraidon cards. Yep. This weekend showed me that I'm never playing Chien-Pao again. Like, literally, dude. Top 16's the event. Never playing Chien-Pao again. Yes. And just ordered his Miraidon cards. Yes, he's serious. I know. Of course, of course. I mean, Inteleon Urshifu is fine. I think decks that snipe damage like that. Yo, thanks, Tom, for the 25 months. Decks that spread damage like that are going to always have chances against a field full of little Ralts and, you know, little Ralts and Comfies. And yeah, any deck that snipes damage is going to have a shot, of course. All right, let's do a little show and tell. Alrighty then. Oh, let's see. I got to pick up some cool stuff when I was in Brazil. Some of it is, Christmas gifts for my lovely wife, Natalie, so I can't show off all of it. But, and also some of it is going to be for the vlog. But I do have some things I can show you, like this wonderful card right here. This is one of my chase cards, one of my dream cards. Rocket's Mewtwo EX. Now, if you know anything about EX Rocket returns, then you know that this set, which is one of my favorite sets ever, is only printed in 3 languages. It is printed in Portuguese, it is printed in Japanese, and it is printed in English. So this Rocket's Mewtwo EX only exists in Japanese, Portuguese, and English. And this is a card that I've wanted for a really long time. And as I was perusing around in Japantown, actually, I found this card, and it just felt very serendipitous. Like the vendor that I was at, had a relatively modest collection of secret rare cards in their case, and they just happened to have like my chase card, one of my favorite cards ever. And I hadn't ever really considered picking up the Portuguese version of this card. I had considered picking up the English version and the Japanese version, but just hadn't found like the one. And as much as I like ordering cards online, everybody knows that it's way cooler when you have a story about a card and can pick up a card in person. Also, it allows you to have a chance to kind of see the card's condition before purchasing it. And this card was in really nice shape. As you can see here, these old EX cards just don't really come around in nice shape like this. And the price was right on this card, I have to say. It was definitely a pretty good deal. My biggest thing with these old EX cards is that they can't be peeling. And thankfully, this old Rocket's Mewtwo EX was not peeling. Just has some some light hairline scratching on the hollow, which is to be expected with a card that's 20 years old almost, and a couple of light spots on the light whitening spots on the back. But other than that, you've got a little bit of action right there and a little bit of action right there at the top. But other than that, just really, really good shape for an old EX card. I mean, you could see there's really no scuffing, and the hollow looks really nice too. Some hairline scratching. I would say it's like the low end of light play and the high end of mod play is what I would assess it at. A really nice card. So the price was also good on it. It was 800 real, which you divide by 5 to get to US dollars. So it was about $160, which for this card in English, it's 500 or so. In Japanese, it's also hundreds of dollars. Even for the Portuguese version, you're talking you can't really find a Rocket's Mewtwo EX for under 200 US dollars that isn't damaged. That's what I'm saying. Almost all of the Rocket's Mewtwo EXs, even in Portuguese, that you find on eBay are going to be damaged for this price. So it's a real good price, and it's just super unique. Have a great story and a nice memento from Brazil. So that was a very cool card, and I have a great story about the card that I am going to be able to tell in the vlog, which I'm going to be cranking out here in the next week or so. So very excited about that. And then as I was looking around the vendors in the venue, I also found some vendors with very nice old EX cards, and they had a Politoed EX. Oh, I know. Chaos, I know. And I have a really good story about the Mewtwo EX. Yes. I have a really good story about the Mewtwo EX, and I can't wait to share it in the vlog because yes, I did have some, obviously the conversion rates, the real, all that US dollar. I mean, the US dollar just goes really far in Brazil right now, and I'm very thankful for that because $160 US is not bad, is not bad for a collector, but 800 real is a lot in Brazil. So it's like, the conversion rates are definitely very favoring to the US dollar right now, and I'm very thankful for that. But yes, I am aware for sure, and I have a good story to tell about that in the vlog. But yes, this Politoed EX was also a great a great pickup from one of the vendors at LAIC. So I was very excited about that as well. And I showed one of the binders to Natalie, my wife, and we have a huge, retro deck collection. And I asked if there were any cards that we needed for any of our retro decks, and there was one Politoed EX that we still needed to... that we needed for one of our retro decks. And I was like, and they had English ones, but it was like, oh, well, why not grab one in Portuguese so that, so that we can have a nice, memento from Brazil. That would be nice. So this was very cool. Butt Punch. Which one of these is Butt Punch? All right, Ben, yes, now you've got me curious. Okay, what are the attack names in Portuguese? Butt Punch, Lick Up, Swallow Hole. Oh, boy. That is very fun, isn't it? It's not Butt Punch? Yeah, this one... I mean, obviously, this card is going to be... I mean, that's the thing is like, yeah, when you're talking from perspective, obviously, like, this costs as much as one booster box. This card costs the same amount as one booster box MSRP in US dollars, right? Have any of you guys ever bought a booster box before? Like that's and there's differences obviously when you talk about conversion and stuff like that. But this card costs as much as one booster box of the most recent set MSRP. If you go on to the PokemonCenter.com and you try to buy a booster box MSRP, that's how much this card costs. So it was a really good deal for me in US dollars, for sure. And this Politoed is the equivalent of 20 US dollars, which is like, I spend $20 at Chipotle. So like that was an easy pickup for sure. Not bad. But yes, we needed one more Politoed EX for our Politoed stall deck that we have. So I was happy to be able to pick that up. And that's the thing, is like some people don't like collecting old cards. Some people do like collecting old cards. For me, I don't like buying modern cards. If I'm going to spend money on cards, I want to pick up an old card. Like for me, I personally am not going to buy a modern booster box because that's just not what I'm interested in. For me personally, like I've been looking for this card for years, since before the pandemic. So like I've probably been looking for this card for like 5 years, and I finally found one where the price was reasonable, and and it just like It felt very serendipitous. Like, it was cool. And then all of a sudden I found one, has a cool story. Very nice. I also got a little gift from Dragon Shield. Joyous Yuletide. As the winter solstice draws near and stretches its warm embrace across Arcania, we extend our Yuletide greetings. Sano and his eager helper dragons have returned to bestow upon you a well-deserved treat. We assure you he has them under full control, but please don't leave out cookies and milk this year. Best wishes from a frazzled Sano and the merry team at Dragon Shield. Very cool. We've got our Yuletide Advent Calendar from Dragon Shield. Huge thanks to Dragon Shield for providing this for me. It's just a lot of fun. It's got some candy treats inside of it, and look at that. This year's Christmas artwork, as well as a box of the Christmas Dragon Shield sleeves. And there we go. Look at that. Very fun, very nice. Huge thank you to Dragon Shield. I think it's so fun that they do little little holiday things like this. I think it's fantastic. So huge thanks to Dragon Shield for providing this for me. It's very special. And I'll make sure to get all my goodies throughout December. And then, of course, we've got some new boxes that have just been released. And you can find these on fullgripgames.com. The Iron Valiant EX box and the Roaring Moon EX box. We have a huge sale going on right now at fullgripgames.com. 20% off everything site-wide. And, supporting the shop at Full Grip Games directly supports the content I create here on Tricky Gym. If you're interested in sealed product, booster boxes, singles, all that, it's all 20% off at fullgripgames.com. So, I'm going to open up each of these boxes, kind of see what's inside, show off the contents, and then we'll play some Pokemon trading card game live. But I thought that this would be a fun way to start off the stream, since we just got these boxes into the shop. So why not show them off? You know, if you just want to build that Entei Iron Valiant deck, this might be the easiest way to get Iron Valiants, though I did hear that Entei's price has gone up considerably. Was there an Entei V buyout? I think I heard that there was an Entei V buyout. Yes, Entei did a Raikou, huh? Yes, these are very cool. I mean, I love that hollow pattern on the Future Booster Energy Capsules. These look really slick. Wonderful. Yeah, Icky says, joke's on you, I bought them on release. Ha! That's fun. Yes, thankfully, I picked up 3 copies of Entei before I left for LAIC. Let's go! Yes, so very, very thankful for that. And then we've got the holographic Iron Moth. I know, the hollow in the middle of the booster capsule. Yeah, that looks really slick. They do. They look really nice. Yes, kudos to the Pokemon Company International. They have created some really pretty looking cards here. You can even kind of see the hollow bleeding through on like the tech part there. Are the Enteis back down to $8? Well, that's the thing, is it's a buyout, right? So, like, you know, it's kind of like an artificially inflated price. and then the new Iron Valiant artwork. Very cool. And we've got 2 booster packs of Paradox Rift, a booster pack of Paldea Evolved, and a booster pack of Obsidian Flames. Oh, let's bring this in, shall we? Whoop. Again, we've got a sale going on at fullgripgames.com right now if you want to support the content and support my wife Natalie and I and all of our friends who work here. You can do your holiday shopping at fullgripgames.com and enjoy 20% off while the sale lasts. And I think the sale is going through the 27th. Yes, and the reason why I put all of my details about how I did at LAIC in the title is so that I didn't have to answer questions about it all day. Yes. It's a strategy. I try to do my best to make that information as accessible as possible. Because you don't want to answer the same questions all day. It's all good, miniature arts. It's all good. I will be going to San Antonio, so that's my next stop. And I look forward to competing there. I know a bunch of our locals are also planning on going to San Antonio, so it should be a lot of fun. There we go. Professor Turo's Scenario. This card was featured in the top 4 Guardy list from Kieran, and I think that this is a very good card. Love that full arts. Beautiful card. And relevant, too. Hold on. Got some dragon shields here. Wonderful. I did not play Turo's Scenario in my list. I had it like on the table. That was definitely a card that I was considering. I do like the card a lot. Just gives you another way to heal off a damaged Gardevoir, which is really nice. Luxurious Cape. And Groudon as Arhala. For the next box, we've got the Roaring Moon EX. Oh, yes. I'm sure the Turo Scenario was probably absolutely key in beating Snorlax, and Snorlax ended up making top 8. It's a real deck. I think Snorlax is really good. And here we go. Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. That holo looks really pretty. Brute's Bonnets. Wow. Yeah, I mean, the holo, like, kind of bleeding through on the base of the card there, it looks really good. I mean, yeah. Props to TPCI. This looks really nice. I have to say. These are some of the nicest looking promo cards that they have produced in a long time. Yeah, they really are. I mean, we're getting back to the glory days, I have to say. Yeah, I mean, the Cosmos pattern is just so good, right? I mean, like, this card, the Brute Bonnet looks way better than the Roaring Moon. Like, way better. I just look how much it pops, right? It speaks for itself. I just look at that. I don't even have to, like, move the card. It just pops. It really pops. Whereas, like, the stars, and I get why they included the stars on the EX cards, but they don't pop the way that the Cosmos pattern does. Yeah. Yeah, these just they're much more striking with their appearance. And it looks really nice. Cool. So we've got those. And 4 booster packs. Iron Bundle. I know Azul's group played Iron Bundle in Chien-Pao. That was cool. I definitely liked that. It was really good to be able to, like, push things out of the active spots. And the fact that you could use Super Rod, put it back into the deck, is really nice. I met a lot of Gym Leader Challenge fans in Brazil. That was awesome. I loved hearing about that. I met some huge Archeops Colorless fans. And got to see a few Gym Leader Challenge decks. That was a lot of fun. Earthen Vessel, good card. And Latios. And then Uno Mas. Oh, that's awesome, Ben. Nice. And Scavillain. Cool. All right, so our best hit out of the 2 boxes was the Professor Turo scenario, but of course, being these promo boxes, you do just get the beautiful promos included with the boxes. The Cosmo Hollow, Brute Bonnet, and Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. The Cosmo Hollow, Iron Moth, and Future Booster Ancient, whatever, Future Booster Ancient Capsule bonus premium, and then Iron Valiant. Excelente! And then the awesome cards that we picked up while we were in LAIC, the Mewtwo EX, Rockets Mewtwo EX, and Politoed EX. Cool. Entei time. You think it's Entei time? I could see it being Entei time. I suppose. I think Entei has probably earned it. Don't you think? It's been Entei time for 2 years. Man, why do I have to log in again, bro? I'll show everybody my... You think I know what my login is? I have 4 more attempts before my account gets locked. Oh no. I'm in. We've done it. I know, what a devastating day it would be. True. If we got locked out at TCG Live, what would I do with myself? Oh no. There we go. Now these lists were already pretty close to what I feel like people were playing. Let's see. Do I have new red lighting on the skateboards? Oh, I think the light is at a different spot than it usually is. The spotlight, like I think I must have kicked the spotlight. So yeah, it's like, I don't know. I gotta have to look at all that. Thank you, Emiosar, for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, Emiosar. Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Earthen Vessel, Lost Vacuum, 2 future boosters. We want 2 4 seal stones. A bravery charm, that's cool. Bravery charm, make your Entei big. A devolver, that's pretty hot. I like that. The 2 bosses orders. Yep. Four NTV. You telling me I need a 4th? Man. You're killing me, Noah. You're killing me. You know how much these things cost now? All right. What tier would I say Entei Valiant is? I don't. Why has it got to be a tier? What does that matter? What do tiers matter? What tier do you think Miraidon is? People still won't say Miraidon's tier 1. People still won't. And Miraidon The thing about a tier list is that it's always wrong. Unless you're talking about like a tier 0 deck. I also thought that Miraidon was going to be bad at LAC and get smacked by Roaring Moon. I also thought that. And that was what I went into the tournament thinking. So if I misguided you, I also misguided myself. You know, and we did a lot of testing beforehand. It just was I thought I put more weight in Roaring Moon than I think I should have for this event. You're telling me that my arbitrary tier list is biased? Like when, like when Lugia, pre-rotation Lugia last year, like Silver Tempest Lugia, like that was a tier 0 deck. And there are times where decks are like tier 0 decks. But everything else just kind of feels like it's... Right now, it feels like there's probably just a lot of tier 1 decks. And when there are a lot of tier 1 decks, then like, what does it really matter what the tiers are? Like right now, it probably feels like Guardy and like... I mean, that's what you want me to like pull up the... You want me to stop what I'm doing and you really want me to do this? Like what? You could take a look at... That's the thing is like you look at Miraidon and it's like there was a good representation of Miraidon, but it didn't have the best like turnover, right? I mean, it won the event and it's got one player in top 16. But other than that, I mean, look at that. You still can't even really call Miraidon a tier 1 deck. You know, like a lot of people played it. And it's not like a dominating force either. It like got like 2 finishes. Yeah, Roaring Moon was washed. I mean, 100%. But like Guardian and Tina are more well represented for sure. And so is Charizard, frankly. So... You know, when you ask me what the best decks in the format are, I'm probably going to tell you like Guardy and Tina and Charizard. Those are going to be the 3 that I tell you. And then like the next line of decks is probably like Miraidon and Entei Valiant and Mew VMAX, right? And maybe Snorlax Stall is in there somewhere, right? So like you have like I'd say Guardy, Tina, and Charizard EX, and then you have like Snorlax Stall, Miraidon, Entei Valiant. You know, and maybe these 2 decks can, you know, but then when these 2 decks get played at a very high volume, then they are more easily countered is the thing. So like, that's why it's like, what's the point of, if I tell you a tier list, then it just gets countered. Like, you can just counter tier lists. For the most part, unless you've got a tier 0 deck, which means that it's basically uncounterable. But I don't believe that any of these decks right now are uncounterable. I believe every deck is counterable, which means that you're in a healthy format. Right? Yeah, every deck feels like it can be countered. So... Which is the reason why you could play Entei Valiant and get second place at LAIC, and then the next day you can log on to Pokemon TCG Live playing the second placed LAIC Entei Valiant deck and just get smacked all day. Has anybody ever had that experience? Of course you can. Because it doesn't matter, right? Of course you can have that experience because decks can be countered. All the time. And that is the definition of a healthy format. Exactly. So why do you want me to make things in tiers? Just like they're good. A lot of decks are good right now, you know? Thank you, Raynor, for the sub in the 13 months. But you have to also be aware of like when your deck is being hated on and when you might need to pivot to something else. I don't think this deck played any... Wow, yeah, no Techno Radars. Okay, that's where all that space came from. I briefly commented on the Tord DQ, but like, yeah, we're really not going to sit here hashing it all out. Like, I wasn't there, right? But I have heard reports of Tord being, guilty of manipulating time or gamifying the time system for a long time. And it's like, as someone who's as fierce of a competitor as Tord, it's like, if it wasn't Tord, it was going to be somebody. Like, somebody was going to be pushing the limits of what gamifying the clock, like, how much gamifying the clock was allowed, right? And it's like, Jason Klaczynski did it before him to win the 2015 U.S. National Championships, right? Like, Jason Klaczynski literally gamified the system to do just that in 2015. So it's like, there's always going to be, your fiercest competitors are going to be trying to gamify the system. And like, I think that the system needs to be changed. So I've held this opinion for a long time, and I still hold this opinion, is that the system needs to be changed so that players are encouraged to finish the game in front of them. Because as it is right now, I had multiple situations where I won a 30-minute game one, and if you asked me if I wanted game two to conclude, I would have told you no, right? But I can't play that way because I know that could be construed as cheating. But there isn't a definitive line as to like where that is. It's like, so you just have to play, but some people are going to play in a way but you can't tell intent with things. It's just so messy, right? It's so messy. Yeah. But the thing is the way that the game is structured right now is that that's going to happen all the time. Is that, players are going to get into a situation where they don't want game two to conclude. And that's a problem with the structure. And the structure, I think, needs changed so that there's less gray area involved. But that's just my opinion, man. I had like playing Gardevoir. I had like maybe two sets that were 1-0, I think. In 9 rounds, I had 2 games that were 1-0. And it's just like, that's just because my opponent didn't scoop and I won a 35-minute game one. Like, what do you think's going to happen, dude? Like I win a 35-minute game one, you didn't scoop. Like, it's like the first game took 35 minutes, dude. It's like that second game is not finishing. Yes. Exactly. And that's what player one, that's exactly where I'm at with it. Yes. It's like people are just going to gamify the system if you don't change it, so you need to change it, right? And it's like, and when you have a game where there's, thousands and thousands of dollars on the line, like, people are going to gamify the system. They're going to try and push the rules to their boundaries. So, like, do I think, I think it probably, of all the time manipulation that Tord has done over a career of playing, probably is welled up into a situation where he got punished. And it just is like, but I do think it's probably on the Pokemon Company to clarify and to restructure their game so that they don't have as much gray area, right? Yeah, I agree with that, Matt. No, not Guardy. No, oh, God, no, God. Yes, I ran into Urzadeh, and Urzadeh asked me if I was Trust Your Pilot. I'm like, no, good God. Please. Yeah. I just wanted to say hello. Uh-huh. I've said, you know, I've raided you a couple of times. It's nice to meet you. And she was like, oh, I think I know who you are. You're Trust Your Pilot, right? Like, oh my God. Yes. For 100% accuracy, she asked me if I was the feet guy. And I was like, no, good God. It's not exactly the question you ask somebody when you're introducing yourself to them, but also, no. And then I had to correct her and say, that's Trust Your Pilot. Yes, that's Trust Your Pilot's brand. Me and Trust Your Pilot have very different brands. That's Trust Your Pilot's brand, okay? Looks like I'm playing against a Lost Box deck. They get a couple of flower selectings, few cards in the Lost Zone turn 1, but I still don't see exactly what kind of Lost Box deck it is. I am playing the Broken Iron Valiant Entei deck, and I've got a phenomenal looking opening hand. I think I'll just fleet-footed later. I do have a couple of switch cards and an Iron Valiant and a Battle VIP pass, so this is very strong. I also have Metacham V, so I could Yoga Loop turn 1, which I think is something that I will certainly aim to do. So let's get after it, shall we? We've got Squawk, we've got Entei, and I suppose I should Fleetfoot once before I switch into other guys, so that's fine. We'll do this. For Sealstone, I mean, that pretty much guarantees the rip, so that's amazing. We can switch cart into Iron Valiant and Tachyon Bits, baby. And then Escape Rope. And Tachyon Bits again. And you can see just how easy this is going to be to get the turn 1 Yoga Loop. I need so little in order to make it happen. Look at that. We've got everything we need right here. Nest Ball for another Iron Valiant. And we could put Bravery Charm on Entei. And I might as well use Culver's Experiment. I don't really need to research this all away. Culver's and then research just gives me like a 2-turn. Yeah, so we'll do that. Culver's first, see if I find the double turbo energy. I don't, so we're gonna take the switch, the Earthen Vessel, and another Culver's. And then we just use Star Alchemy for the double turbo energy. And we go do that. Beautiful. Retreats into Iron Valiant. And we Tachyon Bits the active, and then I will take this switch card and use it to put my Metacham into the active spot and Yoga Loop. And I place 2 damage counters onto the Comfy, and guess what? I get to take another turn. Isn't that nice? So here, I get to go escape route. And I will place some damage counters on this Comfy. And then switch cart. And I will place some damage counters on this Comfy. And then I'll place this over here. And we'll Earthen Vessel away the Colress's Experiment. That's tough. I could miss the attack if I don't draw into another fire energy. We want to discard this so that I can Magma Basin it onto the Entei. I'll either have to draw a jet energy or just another energy. So I really only want to discard one fire energy. So we're just going to grab that and then play Professor's Research. And we do find another fire, which is excellent. Can use Magma Basin. And attach to Entei. Retreat. Fleet-footed. Oh yeah, I should have grabbed 2 and attached 1. Yeah, I'm being a doofus. Sorry guys. Yeah, duh, of course. Yeah. That's my bad. Yep. I'm like, well, if I attach 1, then no, you just grab 2 and attach 1. It's, what's life without a little excitement? Yes. Uh-huh. It's all good. We got there. But yes, obviously you just grab 2 fire, you attach 1, and you discard the other. That's just why that card is so good in this deck. But yes. Yeah, a little too much time in the sun. And then it doesn't even matter. That game's over. See ya. Cool. No misplaying this next time. Easy money. God, deck is so broken I don't have to play good. I couldn't have used the jet because I had no way to discard a fire energy before attaching the jet, and the Magma Basin only attaches to the the stadium only attaches to the bench, so I couldn't have used the jets. I was thinking about if I could use the jets. I think the reason why I missed the attach on the Entei was because I was like, oh, I can't attach the jet to Entei, so like I must not be able to attach the fire to Entei either. Because if I attach the jet to Entei, then I won't be able to use the Magma Basin. Yes, so. Got a little but it's all good. Looks like I'm playing an Iron Valiant Entei mirror, which is fascinating. Okay. In this matchup, going second seems supreme, and getting Metacham V into play seems the opposite of supreme. Seems like the thing that you don't want to do. I mean, I guess they could do something where maybe they like hit one of my guys for not a knockout, and then Yoga Loop it for knockout. Now here it's actually kind of funny because they just don't want to bench like any Pokemon, because the more Pokemon they bench, the easier it is for me to take 2 prize knockouts. I've never played this mirror match before, and I'm not exactly sure how it's going to go. But let's do some quick math, right? So as it is right here, I think I'm locked at about 180 damage, right? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 180. I'm locked at 180. But if I fill my bench, then, and if I use a bunch of Iron Valiant pings, say I use 3 Iron Valiant pings, then I can take the knockout on an Entei. But if I use this escape rope, yes, there's much to think about here. It's Battle VIP Pass. They didn't load their bench. I have to get a Squawk out. Got to rock out with the Squawk out. So we're probably just going to have to do this. And then I'm thinking that... Yes. Okay. Yep. This is what we're doing. We're going to have to rope, which means that I might not be able to knock out the one with the... That's fine. I probably want to fleet-footed after the Squawk. So we're going to put the Magma Basin out, and we're going to rope. Kind of see who they send up. And then I don't want to play any more ropes, necessarily. So I kind of want to go, all right, I'm going to Tachyon Bits the active, and then we're just going to go for knockout on this one. We Squawk and Seize, we discard these. I could attach the double turbo, but you don't want to do that. I could attach the jet, but then it switches, so I don't want to do that, so we're just going to Squawk. And we get some pretty good finds here, actually. The jet energy is fantastic, and the switch is fantastic too. But we do need one more Iron Valiant, unfortunately, so it's not time for me to go into the active position yet. I've got switch and then jet. Let's see, we're going to do this. I mean, this puts damage on my guy, which is like not great. I don't have a very full bench. I could just do something goofy like boss up this Entei and hit it. But that doesn't seem very good either. So I think we kind of just like fully go for it. Using the jet energy now is just fine. So like worst comes to worst, I do get an attack. Because I still have to find like 2 switches in order to... Well, I guess I could have left the Iron Valiant active because then I could have found the tool. But I think this is okay. All right. And then I think here we obviously like missed the knockout, so we're just going to fleet and kind of swing. And that's just what we're doing. For 140. Yeah, it's weird, right? It's weird because like hitting for not a knockout is bad because then your opponent can switch cart. And switch cart just takes away a lot of your damage. I mean, it takes away a lot of work that you've put in, right? I can loop, but I can also just get them. They could switch cart this guy out of harm's way, which is bad. Yes, I do have both double turbos gone, so my looping capabilities are slightly diminished. Yeah, we kind of have to just see how this is going to go. They got their 4 seal stone. They have to use it, which is good for me because it means they're probably not using it to complete a combo. They're just using it to like move. And sure enough, there's the switch cart, right? So like that just feels bad. Now they're also locked at 180, but the thing is that in order for them to get enough Iron Valiant pings to knock me out, they're going to have to bench another one. So they're going to have to bench more Pokemon. Yeah, this is a very strange mirror match. We're getting Ionoed. And I had all my supporters in my hand, so... Nice. We did find another. That's great. But I think that they used their V-Star power for an Iono, so there's no saying that they find the juice off of this. If they do knock me out here, that's not great. I don't have a backup Entei down. And it looks like it might be what they are able to do. So they have the 60 damage on. I'm at 270. They need to fill their bench. They need one more Pokemon in play. And then switch into Entei. But they might not be able to fill their bench, in which case this won't be a knockout. So let's see what they've got. They got the Bravery Charm. And that makes a difference as well. I feel like I need to get rid of that Bravery Charm. That's like way too much. But see, by missing the knockout, it's like, yeah, you're setting up Yoga Loop, but also you're not. This deck plays 4 switch cards. So it's that's like not really going to happen. Now I've got 80 damage. That I can do to that benched Entei. So I feel like we're best off just trying to knock out the active with the vacuum that I have too. So just get rid of that. And so here I'm locked at 200, so I only need 2 Tachyon bits. Now I could start powering up the Metagem, and I think that that's probably not a bad play, so I'm going to do it. Okay, and then we're going to research. And then we've got another switch cart. We've got double ropes. Oh, the nasty thing about the ropes, though, is that the ropes make it so that I'm just hitting into somebody random. But I guess I do just have knockout on whatever other Pokemon, you know, makes its way into the active spot. And if they end up looping me, that's like, it's not terrible. So that's fine. Let's go rope. And see who they send me, right? Because if they give me an Iron Valiant, that's 2 prizes. I can just take that with Entei. And then I can Nest Ball. All right, we're going to go here. And I'll just take the knockout on the Valiant. And then I think I can just say, like, oh, I guess I do have my Force Seal Stone. I probably want to use that. And I definitely want to start powering up another Entei. So let's do this. I could get Charizard as well, who's just like kind of ready to go. It's not terrible. And then grab Entei. That's fine. We'll grab Entei. And then Magma Base into the Entei just to have it. And then I'm thinking I've got the switch carts. And I've got the rope, but it's like playing the switch card on the Entei just feels really bad right now. So I think I just Star Alchemy for that, and that's fine. We just take that and retreat. Save my switch cards. Fleetfoot. Okay. And that's all good. We've got some things set up. 200 damage to the Iron Valiants will knock it out. They might Yoga Loop me. That's okay. We'll just Burning Rondo. If they do Yoga Loop me, I still have a pretty good shot of being able to win. But let's see. They have another switch cards, which probably is going to make things difficult because they're going to heal this Entei again and really put it out of range for me. I don't know. They still need quite a bit in order to loot me. I mean, they have to They have to get the Iron Valiant into the active, and they have to find the double turbo energy for the Medicham. And they've used their V-Star power already. Now, you know, my yoga looping capabilities are looking pretty pitiful right now because of the switch cart healing on their Entei. You know, our bench is fully loaded now, but I am up on prizes. There's, I think, a case for getting the Charizard out there, maybe instead of this Entei. Because if they do Yoga Loop, then I can, like, throw up the Charizard. I think, like, honestly, the Squawk is probably fine. Now they're right there. They just got to get double turbo onto the Medicham. They can take 2 turns. If they take 2 turns with the on their attaching fire to Medicham, they do not have it. Oh no. Yes, their hand is dead. Which is fine with me. They're going to take this knockout, and now I have switch cards, so we are chilling. And you can see how big of a deal these switch carts are. No, they didn't forget they can't base in. They're just building it up for next turn. And now I've got double switch cart, which is nuts. So check this out. All fleet-footed. And Culver's is a big hit. We love to see that. Let's go rope, switch, Entei. And then we switch carts into Iron Valiant and heal and Tachyon Bits. Right now, we need to do more to the active so that we can knock it out. We're doing 180 damage. Yes, we need to get this 180 with a full bench. They've got 190 left, so I need to do it one more time. And we can retreat into Entei and switch cart again. Oh, yeah. How you like them switch carts? And then put that down. And switch. And then pretty much just chilling. Smack for 180. Knock it out. Thank you, London K, for the sub in the 4 months. Still technically possible for them to yoga loop me, which would be bad at this point. But we're just hoping that they cannot do that. What they would have to, like, Iron Valiant a whole bunch of times. They'd have to Iron Valiant 3 times with the loop. So at this point, it feels like Yoga Loop is kind of fake in the mirror. With all, like, with each deck playing 4 switch cart, like, the odds of that happening are pretty low. But I guess if you are able to pull it off, if you can pull it off, it could be a game-winning play. But it's going to be difficult to pull off because your opponent is... yes, I have game with Radiant Charizard, yes. Yes. I have game with Charizard now. But if they get 3 Tachyon Bits and a Yoga Loop, then I'm ruined. So kind of hoping that that doesn't happen, which is why I did the double switch cart play. Right? Righto. Now here's Radiant Charizard. It's also why I saved the escape ropes. so that if they go up with Radiant Charizard, I can push around it. They do have a research, so I mean, it is possible. I already removed the charm from their board, so that's cool. All right, GG's. Let's go. Broken deck. There's a lot to figure out about this deck. A lot to figure out about the mirror. Go in with an early Zard in the mirror. That's true. Force an odd prize. I think that makes sense. Right. Force them to have the rope to push around it. And yeah, and they kind of just like have to deal with it, right? That makes sense. They kind of have to deal. Oh, this is. Oh, well, I guess I have Colress. Yeah. They have to deal with it. Yeah. You're right. Charizard is definitely the way in the mirror match. Well. This is not a very solid start. No VIP pass, no Iron Valiants. But that's okay. I've got my Fleet Feet. So I can attach this fire energy to young Entei, and I will pass. And that is, yeah, that's it. Yeah, tough. I don't really want to waste a switch on using another Fleet Feet when, like, your switches can do more than that in this matchup and in all matchups. But we'll see. Playing against Lost Giratina, and they've got the VIP pass, so they can go get their comfies and things like that. They got VIP pass in Colress. I know I have 5 switch cards in hand, but 5 switch cards, that could be 100 damage. It can. That could be a lot. I feel like I'd rather save them and use them this next turn. Because I get to, you know, yeah, I have 5 switch cards in hand. I'd rather save them for next turn than use them this turn, because next turn I'll have more information. Like, I have this path to deal with. I've got Colress. I'll get to see 5 cards. We'll see. Either way, not a very strong start here. And we find the research instead. So I want to play Colress. We got this, and man, okay. Weirdly, the Forest Seal Stone might be getting tossed. No, I can't. I can't actually toss the Forest Seal Stone, right? No, because the stone could just, well, you know, because I could draw into a stone. Well, yeah, it's fine. All right, here we go, and then do that, and then we fleet feet. And see, we can get a nest ball, so that's fine. That is why you keep the Forest Seal Stone, because you might just grab this bat. Yeah. That's why you keep the Forest Seal Stone, because the Forest Seal Stone is a wild card. It could be anything, right? But the nest ball has to be an Iron Valiant. So like, that's why you keep the Forest Seal. So we've got that, and then we go. Yes. Interesting. Okay. Switch. Here. And do I just want to pressure the Tinas? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. That's probably fine. And then switch here. And then we'll do this. We'll do this. I could rope, and then I'm hitting something else, which is also like fine, because I could draw a card with Fleet Foot and then see if I need to actually use my Forest Seal Stone. It is wasting switches though, but then they could just path again. Well, let's see. That's fine. I'm not doing enough to that Tina for it to matter. So we'll Fleet Feet here, see what I find. It's a jet, see? And this is why we do that. All right, so now I get to save my Forest Seal Stone, which is very nice, isn't it? Okay, very good. And we'll go blammo for 140. And take the prize. Get Devolution TM. Typically, Tina does not play Vacuum, so I don't really have to worry about that. Most Tina lists do not play it, which is why I felt so comfortable slamming it down. Say like many lists. Well, they got the Mirage Gate going, so like they might be cooking here. Yes, absolutely. Let's see. They use their gates. And they've got Tina. I mean, this is like turn 2 Tina with a very small bench, and this is like the scariest thing you can possibly encounter with this deck, right? I mean, like, look at that. What are you supposed to do? This is terrible. Yep. This is how you lose. 100%. Now we got a Fire Energy, which is pretty good. So I need to Star Alchemy for my Stadium. So we have to do that. Yes, and they only have 2 on their bench. I know, it's a disaster. Fleet Feet. Okay. And yeah, this is bad. This is just bad. This is real bad. Yeah. That's not good. Yeah, it feels like everything that I'm thinking about doing is like a losing play here, but that's fine. Because they just got these things loaded up. I can't possibly do enough damage to the... It has to be Charizard, right? But I can't... I mean, so I guess I won't attach and just kind of say... But then I'm like... I think I have to go for Loop the Comfy. That's what I'm like thinking, right? Thank you, Taika. I think maybe my only chance is to Loop the Comfy. So we're gonna wait on all the attachments. Oh god. Okay. This is so bad. Yeah, we're just getting destroyed. There's absolutely nothing we could do about a quick Tina. Okay. And here we go. 120 damage. Thank you, Big Time Wrestler, for the sub in the 4 months. You know, and if we start like a Battle VIP pass, then maybe we go get Charizard. But we didn't start a Battle VIP pass. So, I don't know. It's not great. Seems like an unwinnable situation. They just got quick Tinas and just started quick Tinas with no bench. And there's really not a lot of answering that for us. Because, like, what? I'm smacking Tinas for... And they do play the vacuum. I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. And this is just game, isn't it? Well, pretty much. Yeah, they don't have the other V-Star yet, but it should just be as easy as, you know, they've played 3 Colress, they've played all their gates, they're kind of just cooking. Yikes. It's not good. It's not good. Concede. Yeah, that was pretty terrible. And there's really nothing to be done about that. Bad opening hands. And it feels that way. It does feel like this deck just sometimes just doesn't have the power level to keep up with like the real top decks. So I am a little bit surprised that it ended up going so deep at this tournament. But it is true that Giratina does not typically move that fast. It's true. Bro, this deck stinks, dude. And we do not beat this deck. Do you see why I say, what's the point of the tier listing things? Like, it doesn't matter. Just draw better. So right. I'll take 2 mulligans. Okay. Alrighty then. Looks like I'm playing against Mew VMAX, and I've got a decent mulligan assisted opening hand, but this matchup seems a little bit sketchy. I have to target down Genesect like every single turn, I think. Or else. There's really not anything else that I can do. I have to target down the Genesect. Yoga Loop doesn't really seem like a realistic play here. And this is Fusion Mew that I am playing against. So they have single prizers that they can attack with also. Which also seems bad. Fusion energy, and you prevent all effects of your opponent's abilities. So that means no Tachyon bits. Yeah, so that's no good. So if you thought like, oh, maybe you can Yoga Loop a Meloetta, no, you can't. Well, here I could, because my opponent did not actually put a fusion energy onto the Meloetta yet. So it would be possible. However, it doesn't feel like a very good play. So I don't think I'm going to do it. Here, we just got to start with Culver's Experiment. I don't have anything else. So we need VIP Pass. We want... I've got Magma Basic because we need to get Squawk. I want the Jet, and I don't really need the Jet energy, actually. Need that, and we'll take that. Final answer. Okay, so we'll do those. And we've got a Valiant we'll put down. Battle VIP Pass. We've got the Squawk and another Iron Valiant, which seems fine. I guess I do want to kind of just load up. Yeah, it's not going to be a Metacham situation. I can double rope to make sure I take 2 prizes on turn 1. So that's fine. We'll get these. We're going to put that down. We're going to put that down. And let's rope first. And they promote this guy. We will Iron Valiant. Tachyon Bits, I guess, just one of these Mews. Because the Meloetta is like it's not happening. All right. Yeah, we'll do that. Put that there. And Squawk it up. So I only get 6 more cards. Okay. And I've got it. Thankfully. Do that. Do that. Bench another Entei. Go here. It's about as good as it gets. But you can see I've got no backup plan. Just have to Burning Rondo for 220. Turn 1 Burning Rondo for 220 with my Fat Entei is about as strong a play as I can muster. I do have the double turbo energy Magma Basin in my hand. I can attack with Charizard next turn if they take a 2-prize knockout on Entei. So that's not bad, but I am playing against Mew VMAX. So there's always the possibility that they judge me, path me, and make me hate existing. Or they could play Elisa Sparkle and load up some fusion energies. That would be nice. They got Town Store. Town Store is good. That is way better than Path. I can use Town Store to go get Forest Sealstone and then can get whatever card I want off of that. So that's pretty good. At least they can't Path me. So that's nice. Thank you, Hookshot, for the Prime sub and the 30 months. There's another Mew. Okay. And double turbo energy. So no Elisa Sparkle right now. They only got 2 Genesects that they're able to use. Let's see what their supporter of choice is. I mean, they've hit 1 Cramomatic already, and here's the second Cramomatic. So I mean, like they've been able to hand select like whatever cards they want out of their deck this turn. So like multiple. They can Town Store for 4 Sealstone. Well, they've already used 4 Sealstone. They can Cramomatic 2 things, whatever they want. They've got it. And it's the Elisa Sparkle. Okay, that's fine. So my hand stays, which is nice because the hand's pretty good. So I'm just going to have to figure out how to take my final 2 prizes. That's not so bad. And they got Lost Vacuum, probably to remove my Charm so that they could take the knockout. Yes, sir. This thing has got I mean, the crazy thing is, like, you know, if it wasn't for fusion energy, Charizard actually could take a knockout because I could go Tachyon Bits 3 times to Mew and then Charizard, that's 310. But fusion energy makes it so that I cannot Tachyon Bits. So that's kind of cringe. We do find research, which is good. And let's go Town Store. We'll gladly grab the Forest Seal Stone and Fleet Foot for a Nest Ball. Not really of use to me. They've taken 2 prizes. I've got the Magma Basin onto Mr. Charizard. I've got the rope. And then if they give me a 2-prizer... oh my gosh, I don't even have to boss? Thank you. Wow. Wowee. I should have played that Nest Ball, but that's fine. Force Seal Stone here. I suppose I will just research. That's probably fine. I have the boss here in hand already. No, my other boss is in the discard pile. I absolutely will not research. All right, go. Take the knockouts. 230. Okay. We do that. Now, the problem here is that they have Mew VMAX and Meloetta. So Escape Rope doesn't get me the play, right? Which is, you know, I need to boss. And the only boss that's left in the deck is in my hand. Now, if my opponent goes around my Charizard, then they kind of make my life a lot easier. So I kind of am forcing them to... like figure out what to do. Are they going to knock out the Charizard? Or are they going to gust around it? If they gust around it, Pokemon Catcher, then they leave me in a situation where like Force Seal Stone for boss just wins me the game. They're not playing Path. They've got Lost City. But I need more cards than just what I have, which is unfortunate, right? I need like Magma Basin, I need an energy, and I need a switch. Like yeah, it's hard. Yeah, thank you, Carlier Quinton, for the 5 gifted subs. Let's get some hype in the chat for Carlier. I've still got my 4 Steel Stone, but I still need like a bunch of cards. Well, let's go. Thank you so much, Carlier, for the gifted subs. Thank you, Mr. Bagel, for the sub as well. Hopefully you're doing well. And thank you all so much for tuning into the stream. There's a rope, which does help. So let's thin the deck with Nest Ball. And we just want more Enteis to give us more chances to draw. Potentially. And we Fleet Feet. There's a switch. So we rope. And we Fleet Feet again. I need Basin and Energy to win, right? So that's why it's like you're hoping you draw into one of those two, so then you complete the combo with the Force Seal Stone. Man! All right, so we don't get it. Which means what? They don't have win this turn. I know that. But I also cannot research this boss. Period. So I think I just have to wait. I could hit it and then devolve it, but I've got the devolver right here in my hand. So, and I have to draw more energy. V-Star for Basin and hope you top deck energy with Fleetfoot. It's not a bad choice. I mean, I don't think that I can really test my luck one more turn. This is the last Basin in the deck. Oh my gosh. Well, the thing is that, like, I'm about to get Iono'd. Like, I could get Iono pathed, like, any second now, right? So, you, like, kind of have to go for this play, in a way. Want to see it? Show me the money. That's not the money. Interesting. Yes. Boss doll. They have played one rope. You think I'm going to boss stall them? I mean, at this point, I think I just have to shoot my shot. I don't have anything else. Ah! Dang it. If I research away my Devo, I can't use it. Four Sealstone for Colress could have been better. Yeah. This matchup just seems pretty terrible though. Like, cause you need everything to go perfect in order to win this matchup, right? You have to knock out, you have to go 2-4-6. Like, this matchup's terrible. And we know that. And that's it. That's game. There's nothing I can do. They threw and still won. Exactly. It's a bad matchup. I don't think that I have a chance. There's no way to win that matchup if I get rid of my last boss there. That's why I was just sitting there. There's no way to win if I get rid of that boss, I lose. And also, if I use Basin that turn, there was only one Basin left in my deck, which is why I V-starred for the Basin, because yeah. No, it was the only boss in the deck. Now, other lists were playing 3 boss. This list is only playing 2. Yeah, what's up, Marco Lax? I also love Brazil. Much love to Brazil. Is this deck still a meme or what? I don't know. It's like a $20,000, second place LAIC deck. But also, when opponents on the ladder, that's the thing, is that it's all metagames, right? The online metagame the day after a big tournament is not going to be conducive to winning with the deck that just won the big tournament. It's because people counter things, right? So even though I'm trying to just show off a strategy, it's like it's not going to be the easiest thing to do, because everybody at this point already knows that this deck was good, so then they can just counter it. So it's not a meme. It's just metagames. Metagames are different. The metagame at LAIC is different than the metagame online the day after. I guess there is something to be said for like, no, because every single turn you need Entei, you need Magma Basin, Energy, Switch, Boss. And you need to have that 2 times in a row. Like, and my opponent threw, keep in mind, my opponent promoted a 2-prizer off a rope that they should have never done, right? And I still lost, right? There was no, I mean, that matchup is just terrible. There's no solving it. You'd have to play a Drapion. You know. They even went through my 1-prizer. I know. The matchup's terrible. Yes, if you want to win the matchup, you got to play a Drapion. That's just the way it is. So that way you can go like knock out a Malouetta, knock out a Genesect, knock out Mew VMAX for game. You have to do that. This is tough. This matchup also seems bad. Because, like, you want to attack into, like, you know, like big guys. Or you want to attack into little guys. And you want your opponent to bench a lot of stuff. And they're not doing any of that. What the heck? That's messed up. I'm pretty sure here I just have to go for the Lugia. You know, I can one-hit KO Snorlax pretty easily. So, and the Medicham seems like a trap. So I think we just get rid of it. I mean, Charizard's good, but I can't get it going quite yet because I need 2 energy to attack turn 1. We don't have a fire in the discard yet. I have to squawk. I can get a fire into the discard pile real easy. That's fine. I just have to do this. But I just have to get rid of this double turbo energy, though, which is unfortunate. So slap that down and use it for VIP pass. And go get some guys. These 2, fine. Yeah, Zard at the end of the game is going to be good, but switch carts. I guess I had the retreat for free. Whoops. But I guess I go back into this guy. That's fine. And then I attach here and just squawk. And that way I have the guaranteed attack. Yeah, actually, that's fine. That's totally fine. You just do that. See, I would have missed the attack. So we just have to do it this way. And you save the retreat for the last thing that you do so that because you have to, yeah. That's just what you do. Okay. And we can just throw that there. And I missed my Fleetfoot. Arg. Anyways. Swing. 180. But now they can knock me out. Which is very bad. And I had to discard both my double turbo energies, which is also very bad. You can see how many very bad things are happening here. This matchup seems really bad. I had to get rid of both my double turbo energies. Medicham probably wasn't going to make the biggest difference. So that means getting rid of both my double turbo energies means that I can't attack with Charizard early. Also, because this deck just manually attaches energy and uses Magma Basin, you have to Magma Basin every single turn, and you can't like get 2 attackers built up at the same time. You just pretty much can't do that. I think Entei Valiant is just only good into a format full of 20% Gardevoir. Frankly. That's what I think. I think if you're playing against Baxcalibur and Guardy decks, this deck is good. If you're playing against anything else, it's not. Which is why I would have never played it to a major. Never. But Noah Sawyer also really likes these kinds of spread decks. Noah played Urshifu and Teleon at Worlds. I know because I played against him. Yeah, this is all bad. And then you get to discard my stadium every turn. Like, this matchup's horrendous. Devo? I mean, I guess I could Devo for the knockout. I have to Valiant it twice. I guess so. Yeah, that's just, oh my gosh. Okay. It's just so ugly though. Like, look, it's so ugly. Dude. Oh my gosh, it's so ugly. I don't even think I can Devo it. I can't. Switch retreat. It doesn't matter. Well, if I switch... Oh, I can switch retreat, yeah. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's Devo, all right? I'm going to attack you on bits. I'm just going to Devo for... It's going to be Devo for 1 prize. Or for 2 prizes, excuse me. I mean, we'll do it, but it is kind of pitiful. And you have to imagine that they can take this knockout next turn. But you see how just like not... This deck can't really compete with the big stuff, right? They don't have an answer to it on board. Yeah, they could just go Boss's Orders by Squawkabilly, knockout with Snorlax. And then I'm like, okay. Yeah, so they just could easily just go boss my... I don't think that Entei Valiant has many good matchups. I think you beat like Guardy and Baxcalibur. And you might be able to, like, you know, race Charizard off the table. Well, that's the thing, is that Charizard could just... I mean, with the Devo TM, maybe Charizard's a little bit better, but, like... So you beat the little guys. But obviously, like... Like, those are not the decks that I'm playing against right now. Lost Boxes? Not necessarily. If your opponent goes... I had a game earlier this stream where I was playing against Tina Lost Box, and they just got a quick Tina going with... They got a quick Tina going. And it was pretty much just lights out. And there's no hand disruption in this deck. So then you're just like, if your opponent starts winning, you cannot stop them from winning, right? Yeah, if they start winning, they're going to finish winning. That's just it. There's like no counterplay. And there's like absolutely no way. The Tachyon bits in this matchup are just useless. Thank you, Random Effect, for the sub in the 6 months. Yeah, and with no Iono or anything, you're just like... Again, if you're playing against Gardevoir decks, Baxcalibur decks, all that, you know, then that's probably fine. Just hit the right matchups. It worked for one of the 3 in day 2. Exact. See, Kevin gets it. But he's like, it's not going to happen. Even on the ladder, it's not going to happen. For the most part. It did happen. All right, and people win the lottery too, but it's pretty much not going to happen, right? I think I do kind of just win here, right? Let's see. Did I mess that up? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. That's fine. I should stop pinging this. Why am I doing? I should have pinged that. It's fine. Just stop being bad challenge, impossible difficulty. Okay, I retreated. Okay. It's fine. I'm just going to knock out this Archeops. I should have been damaging this, you know, I should have been damaging the Luminian the whole time. But I need to knock out the Archeops so that there is no, like, shenanigans that can one-hit KO my Entei coming out the woodwork, right? Like, I need to deal with that. I need to knock out the chops. I should not have been pinging the chops. Should have been pinging the Luminians. Now I'm in a situation where I could actually not be able to knock out the Luminians, which is kind of funny. The Radiant Sword! Yes, but... But again, I've got no hand disruption in this deck. So there's no way. Right. There's no way to stop it. because there's no hand disruption. So actually, Miraidon's just probably the better deck. Add hand disruption? How about we just stop playing the deck? Because it is bad. How about that? Entei hater, that's, well, I think it was a good call. It was a good call for LAIC. Something like that, right? And it could be a good call for tournaments in the future, but I don't think that Entei is a blanket good deck. I would not. Entei is not even a tier 1 deck. Not even close. That's not to say that tier 3 decks can't do well sometimes. But it's just not. I think, you know, you look at a quarter of day 2 is Gardevoir, a deck that doesn't usually attack till turn 3. The Entei deck is just going to farm those. Worst deck to ever top cut? That's a hard question. Yeah, that's like an impossible question to answer. There are so many decks, so many top cuts. How do we measure them all against one another? I'm saying Entei was a good meta call for Noah, specifically. And Noah is a person who likes to play these spread decks, at least judging from his Worlds appearance with Urshifu and Teleon. And then the Entei Valiant deck. So, you know, he definitely knew what he was doing, which also really helps. But even so, I just don't think Entei Valiant is very fit for the metagame at large. You know, at a smaller tournament, maybe, but at a large tournament or in a large pool where you have like lots of different decks being played, it's just, you're not going to have a good time all the time. This deck doesn't deserve to be called Miraidon? Of course it does. It's mid. You're not going to say it's not mid. Come on. Why is the vacuum? What good is the vacuum doing here? I don't think that the vacuum is like totes necessary. Let's do something crazy. 2 path also. Make an argument for the vacuum. Go ahead. I guess so. For the mirror, I'm not worried about the mirror. For the mirror, going second path is those situations, you're not going to have the vacuum when you need it. Keep in mind, this list is also only playing one Arven, okay? You're just not going to have the vacuum when you need it. Okay, I like it against Gardevoir if they're playing the silly cape. That's it. That's the only situation I can think of. The vacuum, for the most part, is just going to be a worthless card. Yo, what about the Peony? You guys hip with the Peony hype? All right, what about the Peony Spice, dog? Y'all ain't even hip to Peony. What you know about Peony? Get this vacuum out of my deck. Get this Arvin out of my deck. Two Peony, bro. 3 path. Let's do it. Play plenty of switch cards. Don't need the future tool. We're fine. So many switch cards. Miraidon was done so. I know, right? It really was. And the thing is, I'm playing against almost no Guardy today, so it's like I'm just gonna not. Wow. This is the Miraidon I know and love. We've got almost no Guardy on the ladder today. So that's why I don't have Zeraora in the deck. I'm pretty sure Zeraora is kind of just there for the Guardy matchup. Right? Playing against Entei. All right, cool. Got Miraidon playing against Entei Iron Valiant. I am curious to see how this matchup goes. Obviously, we know how it went in the finals of LAIC with Miraidon coming out on top. It is a little bit unfortunate that I've got such a mid opening hand, but I'd expect nothing less than the middest deck of all. Iono top deck to save the day. That seems fine. And I will play that. So we've got the mid. We've got the Mareep. Tandem units. And we want Raikou and... Oh, the Mareep just went down so fast. That's fine. That's fine. These guys only have 60 hit points. That's not great. I just was like, oh yeah, of course we play the Mareep. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We only play one Mareep though. Okay. And then... Just one Mareep. That's fine. And then you kind of want Zapdos so that you could do 230 to Entei, but also they can't attack with Entei unless they damage it. So we're probably fine just getting... another... Well, we'll get the Zapdos. That's fine. Put this down. And honestly, like swinging into Iron Valiant for 180 damage is not really good. So I kind of have to attack with the mid if I want to do anything. So we're just going to Squawk and Seize. That's right, baby. That's why this deck is broken. Come on. That's why this deck is broken. Right here. Told you. That's why this deck is broken, dog. Right here. Y'all were being some haters. One Mareep is fine. Squawk and Seas. Boom. You're cooked. Let's go. Let's go, baby. What you gonna do about that? Huh? One little Mareep. They ain't gonna do nothing to my Mareep, dude. No shot. You ain't got the yogurt. You ain't got the yogurt's loop. No chance you sloop me here. And if you do sloop me, that's fine too. I don't even really care. I mean, the loop takes one prize. Right? So it doesn't really matter because then they're still on odd prizes. So it's like I can shoot my shot with the one Mareep just to try and get it out. But then I just don't put out another one. The tough thing about playing like 3 Iono is that Iono is a card that very quickly becomes an upside down supporter in this deck. So I don't know how I really feel about 3 Iono. When I say an upside down supporter is that, yeah, turn 1, Iono's great. 6 new cards. Fantastic. But Miraidon's also a deck that can do what I just did. Take 2 prizes on the first turn of the game. And when I say it's an upside down supporter, like right now, if my opponent doesn't take this knockout, then I'm going to play Iono for 4 for me, 6 for them. That's upside down. That's not good. You don't want that. Right? So like, yeah. I mean, JW played 1 Iono, and I feel like 1 is kind of sus. The LAIC winning list played 3 Iono. 3 is also, I feel like 2 is just the right. 2 is the right number. And look at that. They left the Mareep, and all of you guys were saying, why no Mareep up? That's why. You like my chat impression? Ah! Okay, let's see. It's fine. Ooh, we got a rod. How fun. Oh, that's so fun. Rod. I can put things back into the deck. Whoa. Wow. Do I even want to? Like, it's kind of not necessary. We're going to go get the Mew. And then I suppose I will rod back in. Those. Because I want to have the highest chance possible of finding an energy off this Iono. See, look how broken that is. And look how broken this Flaffy is. Attach. And I can even switch cards. Wow. Save the energy. Restart? Wow. Whoa. Fleetfoot? Whoa. Give him the old rendezvous. Schmack. Dang, bro. The mid delivers, man. Yeah. Man, you know, when the mid delivers, it delivers. Yeah, the thing about not putting the Flaffy down at all is that you do pigeonhole yourself into just having to like hit generators, which is not, that's not good. It's not great, right? I feel like 1 is okay, but it's tough. All right. Okay. I've got Iono. That's quite good. I mean, they don't have anything, so. Oh, let's tandem unit. Raikou. They're going to Yoga Loop to win? No shot. Go Dynamotor. Here. Attach here. And then restart for 1. Attach retreats into Raikou. Fleet-footed for 1. Nope, no luck. All right. Go for the hands play. Hands only does 120. Really needed a stadium there, but it's fine. That's fine. You just take the knockout. They don't have it. Yeah. It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine here. Notice they did play Iono, though, didn't they? Oh, yeah, they did. They just win. Holy smokes. I should have never attacked with that Raichu, bro. Yep. Dang, bro. I knew I shouldn't have put that thing active, but it's tough. Entei Valiant suddenly better with Iono. I know, right? But I was playing the second place list. All right, so here's the deal. I don't like 3 Ionos in here. Because if that Iono was a better draw card, then we're just... You don't want, like... You don't want 3 Ionos. 3 Iono is, like, not the right number, I don't think. Frankly, Arven's even better than Iono sometimes. Colress? Yeah, I mean, Colress could be okay. I did like Brazil. Yeah, I just kind of walked into that at the Iono for 2, I know. Yeah, I did. I was going for the win, which is why I put the Raikou up, but I should have just chilled out. I should have just chilled out and like left. Yeah, I should have just chilled out and left the Charizard there. Yes, is what I should have done. 100%. Yep. It's a pretty terrible matchup, but it's okay. I don't know. I'm just trying Peony. JW has been talking about Peony. I don't know why he's talking about Peony. He's been talking about Peony, all right? So I'm going to see what's up. I'm about to just hands this dude, all right? Don't worry about me, bro. Yeah, don't worry about me, dog. Yeah, this deck's broken. Yeah, see? It's a perfect deck. All right, I misplayed my way out of that Entei game. I did. Misplayed my way out of that. I should never have taken that knockout with the Raikou. That was just silly. There are a million other better things I could have done. I wonder if I can quick hands people, though. I wonder if that's like even remotely reliable. I also don't know about this rod. Peony's kind of sick. Let's see. What was JW saying about Peony? All right. Do I got my redemption? All right. It's redemption time. It's redemption time. Let's freaking go. Playing against Entei, Iron Valiant. And my opponent's got a pretty solid setup. Good stuff. I've got a Generator. Tandem units. They, interesting. We want Raikou, obviously. And I've got two mids. So I think I'll just take 2 Raikous. I've got those. I've got that. I feel like I can... I think my Zapdos is prized. Star Alchemy. I've got the Squawker in here. My Zapdos is prized, which is turbo cringe. So, we'll just probably research. That's fine. Yeah, thank you, Imar Tuba. Do that. And then I'll leave a bench spot open in case I want to squawk. That's okay. So we've thinned as much as we want to, and then we're going to send. And they have fully filled their bench, so I can go Raikou here. But I don't want to hit rope. We need to hit switch cards. Boo. Okay. That's fine. Huh. It's not great. We don't find a path either. Like a generator for 2 under Raichu. I can't Billy. I've got no Billy. And now we're threatening it. See? We're chilling. Okay. Oh, it's the Charizard? That's fine. It's also not fine. What if it's correct? What if it's never correct to take this knockout? You know, what if it's correct to just leave it here? Yes, taking this knockout feels like a huge trap. Doesn't it? So I think we just leave it. But the odds of my opponent just being able to respond with 2 is pretty bad, so let's retreat pass. That's fine. I know they can't loop, and they've got a 3-card hand. Yeah, it's just weird. Can I explain why I should leave the 1 prizer in this situation for a newbie? Because of that right there. We're playing a game of chicken. All right, so this is a good old standoff, okay? Neither of us want to be the first person to take 1 prize because this matchup is all about going 2, 4, 6. Oh, this is funny. This is a really funny use case here. But I don't want to Iono either. Wait 1 more turn. I only have 1 rope in deck because I already used 1. No, nothing fixes this problem because I prized. Yeah, we'll Iono here. I prized my Zapdos, so nothing really fixes it. All right. The charm is like the next best thing that we could find. The charm in the path. And also, like, the Flaffy gets to live, which is nice. But this feels really bad to be, like, offering up this 2-prizer right here. Definitely does. But you just have to put the Bravery Charm on it and slam the path down and kind of hope that that clears, right? It's tough. They play a lot more ropes than I do, so there's definitely a chance that they could have just found what they needed. And we're kind of hoping that an Iono path at the end of the game will just stick. No, Raikou cannot one-hit KO Entei. No, I'm going to have to Raichu that. Yeah. Which is why I took time to build up so much energy in play, because that's my only play to knock out Entei is with Raichu. And here they have a research. Okay, but they couldn't use their switches, which is nice. And they don't find it. Excellent. This is wonderful. They do not find the path counter. Path. Huge freaking path dub again. Insane card. Insane path W. Insane path diff right there. We go into Raichu. Dynamotor. We get out of vacuum range. And Dynamic Spark for... We discard 4. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And this should be GG's, yeah. Because now I got the first 2-prize knockout, so now I can go 2, 4, 6. Zapdos off the prizes is really good. Because now I can bench that Zapdos and knock out Entei with Miraidon. That is very strong. Very strong indeed. Yes, very good. And they got another research. More switches! See how bad Path is for this deck? Path is so bad for this deck. And that's GG's. Right? Because, like, Path is an unsearchable card. Other than with the 4 Sealstone, it's just an... Or, not Path, Basin is, right? You're just hoping that you draw into your Basins at the right time. No, if you've played that deck, you know sometimes you just don't draw into the Basins when you need them. That's just how it goes. Oh, I'm not playing 2-path in this deck. I'm playing 3. Yes. 2 seems like not really a lot, frankly. No, this is not the LAIC list, no. I've got my own mid-Rhydon opinions. Did I consider Iron Entei? Of course I did. But I ultimately decided it had too many bad matchups, which I still agree with. It has too many bad matchups. No! No! No, not like this! You swine! Absolute swine! You don't even like playing the game. Let me play, you coward. That's right. That's right. All right. Too many bad matchups. Yes, and I stand by it. Now watch. Yes. Yes. Really don't want to have to squawk away this generator, but I guess if I have to squawk away the generator, you just have to squawk away the generator, huh? That's fine. You just do what you gotta do, right? That's fine. You never bench this Mareep. That feels so bad. Yep. That's fine. Yep. All right. Well, what if we did bench some Mareep? What if we just did bench some Mareep? No. All right. Well, this is bad. This is exceptionally bad. Okay, put that down. Put that down. Okay. Very nice. Okie dokie. Very good. Restart. Ah, yes. Rear kick for 20. Yes, I've got them right where I want them. Yes. Oh, no. Come on. Stop. Swine. You swine. You Entei Valiant swine. Come on. That was poor variance. They've got nothing. Okay. Yo, we about to start Hansen, dude? Okay. Maybe so. Man. Okay. 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 All right, that's basin number 3. This is messed up, bro. You're gonna need to chill out. How many basin you play in there? 5? Don't you dare Yoga Luby. They've got like no supporters left in the deck. Like actually none. Okay. All I need to do is like get moving. I think we kind of have to give them, if we give them the hands, he's got 190 hit points left, which they can easily just hit. So we give them this. No. There is a lot of counterplay left. They've got no supporters in the deck. Look at this. And they've got 3 Magma Basin accounted for. I could definitely win. Definitely. If you all can't see the win con, then you just got to get with it. Come on. There's a lot of game left here. See, it starts. It begins with this, does it not? Okay. That's why we never got rid of the Force Seal Stone. All right, so we need to tandem units. And it needs to be... Raikou and another mid. And then tandem. I think we could just fill out. Like, we need to deal with this thing pronto, right? So, and it can just be... The Zapdos doesn't matter at this point because they're already on odd prizes. If I have to knock out a fresh Entei, I guess it matters. I would rather get like a... Yeah, we'll put that out. Okay, and then we're going to put the Force Seal Stone here. We're going to restart for 2. Okay, and then we're going to Generator. All right, it's fine. That's fine, no problem here. Okay, so it's going to have to be a Star Alchemy. Yeah. And, I don't know, for 6? There's only 1 generator left in the deck. And only... I think I just say... Oh, I'm going Peony Dog. Bro. Let him cook, dude. Oh, yeah. Now I'm talking. And I get to attach return. I'm nuts. All right, it's got to be Raikou. Yeah. And then, yeah, well, Rondo. Okay, cool. Yep. All right, and there's still a Path in my deck. And there's still an Iono in my deck. Okay. All right. Come on. So I just got to get them out of this magma basin. Them having a 4 Seal Stone is really bad news. Yes, we definitely need that to not be a thing. The rope, huh? That's fine. You can take one of my mids. And research. That's the last basin. Okay. Come on. That's the last one, bro. Come on, dude. Come on, man. All I need, dude. All I need is that final path. Okay. And vacuum's down. Come on. All I need is my final path. That's it. All I need is final path, game. And if I can Iono to 1, it'd be even sweeter. Oh, baby, come on. Let's see, what do I actually have in this deck? Zapdos and Raichu. Okay, Zapdos, they've got 1 prize left. We don't even want to give them a softie like that. But if I want to knock out an Entei for game, see what's left in the deck. Flaffy, there's a boss. There's the 1 Iono. There's 1 path. I could find... Okay, that's fine. Do that, and we're going to get the Raichu. I can blast with Raichu if I have to. Okay, that's fine. We're going to get Raichu. And then we're going to get to see some cards. Come on. 3. Okay. Iono to 1. I mean, Iono to 1 is nuts. So we're definitely just doing that. And then I get to see the next 5 cards. Because I Iono and then a Fleet Feet. So we do that. To the Raichu. Yes. And Arvin does not get it for me, so it's got to be Iono. And I don't find the path yet, but I can retreat here in Fleetfoot and then switch cart in Fleetfoot and try to find it. There, no, here. Oh, okay. Man, that's tough. You really want to attach that there, but I just can't. So I have to just take this knockout and say, all right, you don't have it. I should have attached it to one of my bench Pokemon in case of rope, I guess, but they wouldn't rope. If they have Entei energy, they win. Oh, and they still have Seal Stone. Frick. Ugh. Yeah, that's tough. But if I find the path there, I just win. Ugh. Well, they need an energy in their hand, too. Yeah. Attach energy and it's GG's. Dang, dude. 4 path, bro. Gotta play 4 path. To be fair, I was getting punted that game, right? The vacuum was already down. No, I was getting destroyed that game. That game I opened like nothing. You have to play VIP in Gardevoir, yes. No VIP is Troll. I tried it pretty extensively. Entei versus Miraidon is going to be a lot about just getting like the first big play. And I think the paths make a big difference. I mean, we almost got donked that game. And I might get donked this game. See? All right, we're chilling at least. Thank you, Atomic Goalie, for the Prime sub. Yes, okay, so 2 out of the 3 top 8 lists played no VIP, but the best performing list did. And so did Tord, who is like probably the best Guardy player there is, right? So I do think that no VIP is Troll. Thank you, Mont, for the Prime sub and the 10 months. The 3rd place list did not play VIP? Really? Was I just missing something? Ooh, I was missing something. Oh well, I'm wrong. I still think it's Troll. I just thought I had the data to back me up. Instead, I just have my feelings. Yes, I still don't agree with no VIP. I think it's too slow. Yes, my feelings don't care about your facts, honey. It's tough. You kind of just have to slam it and say, like, okay. I just looked at the top 4 list, and I could have sworn there were VIPs in there. But Tord played VIPs. But Tord also got disqualified. But Tord is probably the best Gardevoir player there is. I feel like you kind of have to play VIPs. But I guess you don't have to. But I still think it's better to. I feel like your list is too... I feel like you pigeonhole yourself too much in like the early turns of the game without it. And also, one of my biggest beefs with no VIP, because I played no VIP pretty extensively before the event. In fact, the list that I showed up at LAIC with had no VIPs in it. But I found that your early game is way too sus because you can't... Your early game's way too sus because you can't go get Radiant Greninja easily. So, like, your early game draw is, like, really inhibited by that. That was one of the biggest issues that I had with no VIP. And that you're too pigeonholed into the Mirage Step turns. And in the Guardian Mirror, it feels like the person to get the first attack is in a really strong advantage because they start picking off Kirlias first. Especially with Avery, right? So, that was another beef that I had. I should have Ultra Balled first, but it's fine. Three VIP pass. I mean, I feel like 3 VIP pass better than 0. And like I said, I showed up at LAIC with a 0 VIP Pass Guardy list kind of ready to roll. I was like, this is broken. But as I played it more and more, I realized that my openings were just I felt like my openings were way too sus, and I was playing a deck that needed to win game one, right? You're playing a deck that needs to win game one. Because you're playing a 50-minute best of one, basically. And I felt like the VIP passes really helped smooth out the deck's opening turns. And your prizes just really mess with you. If you're playing no VIP, like, your prizes can really mess with you. Because not every game is a good Mirage Step game. But if you just open all your alts, I guess, who cares? Yeah, I think 3 research is broken. I like that. There's some really good stuff about, that. I don't like the cape. I don't think that's necessary. But 3 research is really cool. But ultimately, it's like, I don't know, there's like probably 70 cards that you kind of want to play in a Guardy list. I like 3 candy. That's what I would have played. If I could go back and switch up my Guardy list, it would have looked probably exactly like Tords, except I don't like the cape, so I wouldn't have played that. Turo's cool. I do like Turo. Turo's just like a nice flexible card that can allow you to do a lot of different things. Like, you can tank a hit with Guardy, pick it up. It's basically like a collapsed. You can like load up your Pokemon and then Turo and then put it down, and then you're... Turo is like a switch card too. It can also help you beat Snorlax stall. It's like a switch. Yeah, it's a supporter-based switch. It's really good. This is sick. This is my favorite kind of game right here. I wish all Pokemon games could feel like this, honestly. Yeah, this is just great. I love it. Cape gives you better Scream Tail and raises your damage cap, but it's not a searchable card. It's just like a random card floating around in your deck, and I feel like it's kind of a win more card. Like, and the cape, if you like make a sick cape play, like, your opponent can just punish you with it, like by playing a vacuum, and you have no way of knowing if your opponent even plays vacuum or how many vacuum they have in their deck. Right? That's so sick, bro. I played a double Avery list. It was like 2 Avery and 4 Iono and a worker. And it was supposed to just be a very consistent list, but even then I felt like the deck was just too slow. And it played VIP passes. It played 2 Fog and 3 Ultra Ball. I cut the Jirachi the night before the event. I kind of wish that I had it back because I lost to a Charizard Lost Box deck because they played Pokemon Go Articuno and could knock out my Cresselia every turn. Of course, I played Mirage Step. I played Cresselia and I played Scream Tail. I played Mew. from Celebrations. I don't know. I guess there's something to be said for there is something to be said for the no VIP pass version. There is. But after playing with it myself, I felt like you not being able to get out Radiant Greninja early game just feels really bad. Yeah, I played 4 Level Ball, 2 Fog, and 3 Ultra. It just was like just a very middling tournament. I mean, I don't know. I finished 5-3-1. I had some really bad beats in one round where I got double donked by an Iron Valiant deck. That was like, and that pretty much makes the difference between day 2 and not, right? So, you know, that happening in the middle of the tournament was really tough. I went 1-1-1 versus my mirrors, which was like, you know, I wish that it would have been better, but there was like the one mirror I lost. I had some tough things happen. The one mirror I tied, my opponent, you know, my opponent won game 2 on like turns in time, like just barely off like an Iona at a low, and I didn't have the game winning card. And it's tough, just tough stuff. Everything was fine. I felt like the deck was fine. There's like, you know, 20% of the field played Gardevoir. And it felt hard to set yourself apart from other, you know, in a field so thick with Gardevoir, it felt difficult. But I got double donked one round by an Urshifu Valiant deck. I started the 160 hit point Ralts game 1 with Mew and like 260 hit point Pokemon versus that deck. It was just no chance. And then game 2, both games I didn't open a VIP and I just lost. This card stinks. And now I lose. Take that. Maybe it's double turbo Mew. With the Dawn, I don't know. I played against Charizard round 1. That's not like a great Dawn matchup. I played against 3 Guardies, which I guess if you get a quick hands, like that can be fine. I saw the winner, the Miraidon winner, played against a bunch of Guardies and beat them all, which is like really good. And probably did beat them all because they probably weren't playing Battle VIP Pass. And if you're not playing Battle VIP Pass, then you're just saying like a quick Iron Hands just decimates you, right? Like you just cannot beat. And I think that's one of the reasons Tord decided to play VIP Pass and 3 Rare Candy, right? Because if you're not playing VIP Pass and 3 Rare Candy, then a quick Iron Hands will just destroy you, right? So, I don't know. Which, like, the Chen Pao decks can do that. Some of the Miraidon decks can do that. The Entei Valiant. Also, no VIP decks are getting farmed by Entei Valiant, right? The no VIP Guardies are getting... And that's exactly why you saw those decks rise to the top, right? Guardy just plays more Fog Crystals instead of VIP, really. Just like 2 more Fog Crystals and like 1 more Ultra Ball. So it's like, it doesn't even really matter. I think the VIPs are just better. I mean, in my opinion. But I also have Tord on my side because Tord also thinks that. So like, it's pretty good. I think it's a pretty safe opinion to have. But again, I was very heavily considering the no VIP because I hate that card. I don't want to play VIP Pass. I get it. But then also not being able to get your Radiant Greninja turn 1 is just like, oh my gosh, you have, I mean, it's your net minus so many cards, just like having to play the Radiant Greninja when you see it. And then also having to Ultra Ball for Radiant Greninja is horrible. Right? So I think like that's what ended up, it's one of the things that ended up, I was afraid, I actually was kind of afraid of Iron Valiant decks. So I wanted to play VIP Pass to give me like the most explosive starts possible so that I didn't just get overrun by them. And then of course I played against an Iron Valiant deck, didn't see any of my VIP passes and just lost because I got donked twice. So like, I don't know, take it for what you will. Okay. All right, Peony's good if you like, you know, have another Pokemon in your hand. Yeah, maybe this is just better as an Arven. But I don't know. Peony is kind of like an Arven, kind of like broken Arven, you know? No, Zacian is too good not to play. And I do think that Zacian is better than the Cape. By a lot. But again, those are just my opinions. Lots of people have different opinions about Guardy. I mean, Guardy is just, there are like 80 cards you can play in Guardy. You know? I mean, Torrid was playing like no research and then showed up with a list with 3 research. And, you know, the third place list played 1 research. You know, everybody's got, oh, now this hand is broken. Let's go, dude. You know, it's, you got to be flexible. You got to be willing to change your mind. You have to be able to, you know, be willing to change your philosophies about decks as they change and evolve. All right, I have to play a second nest ball in this list, I'm realizing, so that I can Peony and go get the nest ball more consistently. But thankfully it's in here, so I don't have to worry about that. I'll put down 1. You know, what if he gets to evolve? That'd be nice. Thank you, Pokenoob, with Prime Sub. Okay, let's go. Generator. And then Fleetfoot. Research. But Peony's right here. Man. How many lightning do I have left in this deck? 8. That's plenty. I could have gotten Squawk. I'm so good at this game. Dang, bro. Oh, yeah, I'm cracked. Yo, what's up, Perubi? Yes, I enjoyed Brazil very much. The beach was fantastic. The water was warm. The weather was great. The vibes were fantastic. And thank you, Pokenoob, for the Prime sub in the 2 months. Honestly, I think that just the meta from here. Where does the meta go from here, right? Well, Roaring Moon has pretty good Entei and Miraidon matchups, but pretty bad against the rare candy decks. I'm sorry I ever put the Dawn down, all right? Should have never doubted the Dawn, man. I've never been to Rio, no. I don't know where the meta goes from here. It's like, well, you have to be able to beat Guardy. You have to be able to beat Entei Valiant. People love the Entei Valiant deck. Oh my god, they love it. So you got to be able to beat that. Path and Hand Disruption and like Pokemon that don't get like just absolutely smoked by Valiant's turn 1. I do not think the Entei Valiant deck is very good. I'm just going to go ahead and just put that out there. I think that Entei Valiant is one of those decks that everybody will play and is not actually very good. And I think people are going to be sorely disappointed when they realize that like it loses to a lot of stuff. Mew certainly destroys Entei Valiant, yes. Maybe I ought to start playing with 70 hit point Mareeps now. Well, it did so well because 20% of the field was Guardy. And some of those Guardy decks weren't even playing VIP Pass. Your son is determined to make Armarouge EX work? I didn't look at Aniel's Miraidon lists. I haven't seen it yet. Is it saucy? I don't like it. Do you know why I don't like it? No path. No. It's all gas, no path. Can't get behind it. My eyes went straight to the stadiums and I saw 3 beach court. Who needs path? You're not gonna. How often do you think you're gonna Iron Hands turn 1? Like, I mean, I guess it's okay. I guess. I suppose. I've got Ultra Ball. So I could just go get the mid with that. So I could just go get Generator and Stone. Oh yeah, baby. Well, let's go. We get the mid. Tandem unit. Iron Hands. Miraidon. Let's go Iron Hands Raikou. That's fine. And then let's see what we find off the generator. Bada boom, bada bing. No! The double turbo was supposed to be in here. That's what it was supposed to be, right here. It was gonna be sweet. It's fine. You'll get him next turn, bud. Second generator? No. I guess. I guess. Yeah, you could just do that, I guess. That's fine. I'm just going to arm press, bro. Miraidon used to play Luminion. And look back at what the old Miraidon list from, who was it that was playing the who was it that was winning with Miraidon, like before Sajin Park? Yes. And Jesse played Luminion in his pit list, but before that it was Sajin Park was playing Luminion. Yes. Before that, it was Sajin Park. Yeah, Sajin Park always played Luminion. So Luminion's been around. I didn't play Luminion at Worlds because I played 4-Path. But then, you know, but yeah, Luminion's been in and out of Miraidon lists. All right, now we just got to find a rope. Dang it. Oh, I should have tandem. God, I'm so bad today. It's fine. Playing sloppy on the TCG Live. What else is new? Just arm press this thing. I've got boss now. I'm going to amp something next turn. Why did I put another thing into play? See, I'm playing so bad that I just powered up the Scizor even more, but that's okay. They don't have it like that. This Iron Hands is going to go 4 for 2. Trust. Yes, we're chilling. We're chilling. Fartazon. Okay. Jesse, what do you think about Peony in the mid Rhydon? I think, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Path is just better, especially with all this Entei Valiant running around. I think Path is better than Beach Court currently in this meta right now. There's no way that they retaliate here, right? Come on. You don't retaliate. Come on. You wouldn't retaliate a little guy. Why would you play Peony when you can get Arven? Well, Peony gets you 2 trainers. Arven only gets you 1 item. You want an item in a seal stone? Yes, but the seal stone can only be used once. That's what I'm saying, Jesse. And since Entei Valiant just got second, it's not worth it. Is it worth it? Let me work it. Put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. Yeah. Man, I ain't got nothing going on over here in this here, you know, hand and such. That's okay. Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. Yeah, this hand kind of stinks for real. Yeah, amp. There's my double turbo energy. I still have nothing going on. I haven't played a supporter in years. It's probably because I have 3 research in the discard pile. It's not great. I just played boss. I suppose I did, huh? I think Path is really good against Entei Valiant, 100%. You can't just rely on going 2-4-6 every time. You just can't. All right, they get to take 3 prizes and Roxanne me. That's fine. I really need Mew EX right now. I really need anything right now. I really needed a Flaffy a couple turns ago. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with Chaos here. This vacuum's really bad. This is bad. That was an interesting choice on the vacuum. Okay. And you can knock out my Mareep. Oh, you're not even going to knock out my Mareep, huh? Wow. And they're just trying to go 2-4-6. Okay. All I have to do is attack twice to win. See, the peonies. All right, now if I had Mew EX, just imagine if I had Mew EX on board, all right? Imagine, just to use your imagination, that my Mew EX is not prized. And then this would be broken. Oh, I could just get 2 generators, dog. Path? That's not what I want. I guess I'm just going for probably double generator. We attach here. I don't even think I want to put the path down because I just want to keep my fleet-footed alive. All right, how many energy do I have in this thing? 7? 7 is plenty. Seven's not a lot, guys. All right, I'm gonna be honest with you. Sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, man. Just like that. There's Mew right there. That's why I didn't put the path in play. Doesn't matter if they have KO with Scizor. I've got one prize left. All I have to do is attack. Every deck has to get lucky. Dude, look at my discard pile just like glitching around right now. You know, like when you're playing Iron Valiant Entei, you have to get lucky that your opponent isn't playing a good deck or you'll lose. Yes. Huh? Every deck requires luck. That's just game. Dang, what the heck? It's like that, bro. Broken deck. Yeah, what? I played Entei and I had to play against a Lugia deck. You know how terrible that matchup is? I played Entei for like an hour or two and I didn't play against a single Gardevoir and I hated my life. I didn't play against a single Gardevoir or a single Baxcalibur. And it's like those are the only two matchups. I played Guardy at LASE. It was fine. How do you beat Lugia with Entei? You don't! You also like don't even necessarily beat Mew, really. Mew VMAX runs over you too. I mean, there's just a lot of random decks that just run over you when you're playing Entei Valiant. Mew is not dead. Mew is still out here. For show. Look at all them paths. When I'm going first, my hand stinks. What the heck? This is better go second. I'm just kidding. I mean, obviously, Entei Valiant is... I think Entei Valiant... Now my hand's cracked. Not really, but it's fine. Entei Valiant is a deck that just is a lot better than everybody probably thought it was going to be, including me. And it is. And I even, you know... Grant Manley was considering it the night before the event. I was considering it, like, you know, and you think about it, but then its matchups just seem too polarizing for a big event. So then, I mean, you got people who are willing to run those, you know, who are willing to like run it like that. Going into a brand new format where you don't know what everybody's going to play, you have to be, I mean, it's kind of risky. Yes. And I think that, you know, a lot of the Gardevoir decks, Baxcalibur decks like that just got Punished. Oh, we prize the hands. Well, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Where's my hands? I'm supposed to have the hands out. Well, that stinks. Why did I get out 3 Miraidon? I'm tripping, but that's fine. Don't worry about me, man. I'll be all right. All right, we're just gonna retreat here. Yeah, go ahead, dude. I wanted 2 Miraidon. You like having 2 Miraidon out because 2 Miraidon means that if your opponent goes Cramorant, a Miraidon, then you can switch card it and they can't Sableye it. Yo, PGC Pokekid won Juniors with Entei Valiant. Congratulations to PGC Pokekid. You should be extremely proud of yourself. That is an amazing feat. I do think it's a little bit of a risky play, but obviously that risk can pay off as it did for you and the Masters finalists for sure. So major congratulations, major congratulations. Absolutely, you should be thrilled. That is a huge accomplishment. And you should not listen to a single thing that washed up streamer man says about your Entei deck. Okay? All right. All right. All right. If you like Entei Valiant, knock yourself out. Okay? I hope you have a fine time against all those Mew VMAX decks out there and Lugia and all that stuff. Well, let's see. I've got the Dynamotor automatically, so we'll just do this, and go. Gosh. Nothing can replace the feeling, bro. Just nothing hits like Generator, you know? Nothing. It's messed up. All right, PGC Pokekid says my entire testing group was trying to get you off Entei, even your coach. All right, I don't feel so bad now. I'm just I don't feel bad. All your friends were trying to Yeah, see, I don't even feel bad. It's like we're all just trying to help. It was risky. It was risky. Now it paid off, but it was risky. I mean, Grant Manley was considering playing it, but he decided it was too risky. You know, sometimes risks can pay off, though, obviously. But you never really hear about when risks don't pay off, right? No one's talking about those. People talk about the risks that pay off, so you hear about them, and they feel good stories, right? Obviously, as is the case with Pokekid here. But, you know, when risks don't pay off, you don't really hear about that. You don't hear about the times like, oh, well, I took a risk and I played this and it didn't work out, right? Which was what I was really worried about. I was really worried about that with playing Miraidon at Worlds, obviously, right? Because if we all just do really bad with Miraidon at Worlds, then we look like a bunch of idiots. Right? Yeah, you played Chen Pao at World. You played Chen Palk at Worlds and went 2-5. There you go, right? And we didn't hear about that. All right, they're gonna spit my Mareep. Okay. Fine. I am going to... I mean, this is so good. The Mew is so good against Tina. For sure. We just go here. Hold the hand. Retreat. It's tough. I'm going to do 200. That's fine. I just take this knockout. I got the Mew. I can knock out a Tina. I don't want to get rid of these bosses, I don't think. Though I certainly could. I still have a boss left in my deck. I only need one. Yeah, let her rip. We're chilling. How many cards I got in the Lost Zone? 4? That's fine. The Masters finalists who play... So Noah said that he was going to change his deck, but his flight was delayed and didn't have time to test anything else. That's crazy. I know. And now... Yeah, that's so crazy. That's so crazy. They got nothing. So, I think we just continue to chill. Got double Ultra Ball now. I can go... How many cards are in your Lost Zone? 6 now? I mean, you're like slowly getting there, but still not quite. That's fine. Attach here. Ultra Ball away. These. I think I just might as well put the Mareep down. Just to kind of have it there. I don't think it really can bite me at this point. And then just hold my final boss. I have the Mew EX loaded up, so if they go Tina, I can also do that. For a local best of one meta full of other Miraidons, would you suggest running a vacuum in case they path you going first? My problem with that is that what are the odds that you are going to have your one of vacuum available in your opening hand? Because, like, okay, so say your opponent paths you going first, right? And then you have, like, Arven in your hand. And you're like, okay, Arven, and after Arven for vacuum, then you're probably not doing squat, frankly, because you had to argue Arven for vacuum. I just don't... I don't think that the vacuum really matters in that use case. I don't think it really matters. I think just be the first person to put a path out. Go first, put a path out. Path your opponent. And then, or if they go first, just hope they don't path you. Because your one of vacuum is not going to like be... Your one of vacuum is not going to like be easily accessible when you're in the path, when you're under path. It's just not, right? Yeah, well, sometimes you just are, you know. I think if you're really worried about it, just play your counter stadiums. But even then, if you're playing like 3 beach, even the odds of you having the, I mean, you might not have the beach when you need it. You can't like prepare for everything. Like the one of vacuum to remove tools is like, okay, I get it. If you want to remove tools from like that makes sense. Dude, my opponent is just ultimately not doing anything. How much longer until Lost Box now? Oh, Lost Box is going to be around forever. Well, I can't put a V-Star into play now or I'll just boss it up and knock it out. I mean, Vacuum can be okay. It's fine. I just wonder if there's not other cards that are more live in Miraidon. You know, you open with Vacuum. In most matchups, if you open with Vacuum, it's a dead card. And in many situations, if you find Vacuum at the end of the game, it's not very good. But I guess if you have Mew out and you have your own path out, you could use it to draw some cards. It's not like the worst thing. I guess it's okay. The more I think about it, it's kind of okay. You know, like if I were to draw Vacuum here, I could, oh my goodness, do something. All right, I got to hold this. All right, say, like, what if they counter catcher up my Mew and knock it out, right? Then I have to get out Raichu and try to win. It gives you a chance at least. I don't know. I feel like you got a chance anyway. Dang, they just did nothing this entire game. Guarantee with Raichu, you can't get Raichu out without Path, and I had... With Ultra Ball, I could Ultra Ball for it, so... 3 out of 4 Dawn Mirrors, I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. I just... Vacuum... freaking Vacuum, dude. Vacuum is like such a not live card. There's so many... I'm going to go 3 Ultra Ball. Yeah. Kind of like Super Rod. Super Rod stinks, but I guess. That card reeks, dude. What do you want me to play? 2 Path? I don't know, Nostalgia. I don't know. Just what do you need? What do you need, Vacuum? You don't need Vacuum for anything. When you need it, it's so clutch, but then you're not going to have it when you need it. Like, the odds of you finding it exactly when you need it are... I'm not convinced you're going to have it right when you need it. I'm just not. It's like you're just going to see that card at all the worst times, and then you're going to use it once, and if you love Vacuum, you're going to be like, remember that one time I used Vacuum, and if you hate Vacuum like me, you're going to think of all the times that it was worthless, right? That's just what it's going to be. If you love Vacuum, you're going to be like, remember that one time I used it? It was awesome. And then if you hate it like me, you're going to be like, remember all those times that I researched it away? It's pointless. You don't need a path bump. You don't need one. You are a path deck. I don't love 2 path. I think 3 is better. And that's just how it's going to be. There's going to be people who, you know, feel this way about it. I mean, because now look at us, right? I've got like one Fleetfoot, and then I'm about to path my opponent, and then we're just sitting here not doing squat. And there ain't no way that they've got the one-up vacuum in their hand to remove it. I mean, like, look at this opening hand that I have. All right, this guy's got the Arvin. But look at this opening hand that I have. And they play VIP Pass. That's crazy. VIP Pass? Is this the 18 energy list? They play 2 VIPs? Bro. Well, it plays 3 Arvin, to be fair. Okay. And they could just go get the beach courts, right? Or the backwards card. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, this is the 18. This is the 18 lightning list. Yes. Oh man. Did the game just freeze? Yeah, it did, didn't it? Oh, here we go. Oh. Man, this is next level, that's for sure. All right, Nest Ball, we're in this thing. I'll get the iron hands. That's a beach court? Oh, heck yeah. I got free retreat, dog. That is crazy. Yeehaw! And I got the big charm. Oh, baby. I forgot to Fleetfoot. Didn't need it. But that's the thing. That's why I don't like... I mean, literally, that right there is why I don't... It's why I don't like the 18 energy list, is because you need some sort of like contingency plan, because these generators can still just whiff. You're not guaranteed anything. It's not like, oh, I play 18 lightning, so I'm going to hit 2 every time. That's not how it works. You could take 3 on my Raikou. It does not matter. They can't even. They just have to arm press. I just bench Zapdos and it's... Yeah. Chillin', bro. Not gonna forget this time, though. There we go. Excellent. Oh, I'm not hitting the knockout. Oh, I played like a goober. Oh, okay. That's right. I was like, oh yeah, we're hitting 230 easy. Easy, just profit. No, okay. It's fine. I should have been powering up the Miraidon. Miraidon takes that knockout, but it's fine. I'm barely paying attention right now. I'm still recovering from the trip. That's okay. I ain't got it. That's right. Now I'm just going to amp them very much for 3, for sure. But it just feels like you're just playing a less potent version of Miraidon by just putting that many energy in your deck. Okay, I'm going to stop playing poorly. How about that? Impossible difficulty, I know. I got to amp them for 3, right? I have to. I have to, right? Yo, what's up? Nice to meet you as well. Yo, 3 prizes with the hands. Get it going. I have to say, I mean, Miraidon actually feels kind of fine. Weirdly, I don't know. The meta at LAIC was weird. I mean, 20. I don't know that 20% Gardevoir is going to happen again anytime soon. That's just such a massive meta share, right? It's kind of ridiculous. Right. And like leading up to, it was even higher today too. I know, right? I mean, Guardian's a good deck, but it's not 25% good. I don't know. Maybe in like the anticipated meta, it was going to be that good, but then the anticipated meta was not that Guardy was going to be. I certainly didn't think that a fourth of the field was going to be Guardy, or else I would have played something else. I don't want to be playing Guardy in a field of 20% Guardy. I would have played Entei. All right. I might have. Okay. Going first in a Dawn Mirror. I think you just kind of like go all out for the... I think you just go all out for the turn 1 path if you try to. Seems like the wave. Yeah. So you do that, and you say, okay, come on. Come on, come on. Yeah. Sheesh, broken deck. Broken deck, I say. All right. Played an Ultra Ball already. Every time here, you Fleet Foot into an energy every time here. No, Mareep, that's fine. All right. Restart. Go get. kind of want 2 single prizers. It's fine. We'll do that, and then we'll squawk. We unfortunately did not hit the turn 1 path. That's fine. Sad. Turn 1 path would have been good. But that's why I'm saying, like, you don't even need to play the vacuum just to remove turn 1 pass, because, like, if your opponent's playing 3, they might not even find it. So you're, like, playing a card just for the off chance that they do find it, and for the off chance that you find your vacuum, which just seems, like, too narrow for me, frankly. But I guess removing, like, charms and ancient booster capsules are, like, the biggest defense of it. Tina plays 4 path, and you can operate under path. That's fine. Go first against Tina. Win the coin flip. Could probably, and then, like, what? So they path you turn 1. You're gonna have the 1 of vacuum, and you're gonna have all the other cards that you need. I don't know. No, maybe so. I just don't like playing I don't like playing vacuum. In an aggro deck like this, I just don't. Because it's like, it's not... I don't like playing Rod either. I really do not. There's situational cards that, you know, are not often going to be found in the situation where you want them. I think the Rod is okay. I'm, like, coming around on the Rod a little bit, but the vacuum less so. But maybe I can be convinced. All right, the Mew getting smacked there is not great. But that's what it do. Fantastic. Wish that was an Ultra Ball. All right. Is there a reason why I cannot click Lightning Rondo? Is that like is there something I'm missing, or that's just TCG Live, huh? Yeah, the game's just frozen. Okay. All right. Well, I think that's a good time to end the stream. All right. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you guys all so much for hanging out and for the good chats. It's been fun, and again, very thankful for my trip at LAIC. I got videos I have to work on today. So I'm going to continue working on my vlog and getting that out, and I will be back with some more live gameplay tomorrow. And then Thanksgiving, I will probably not be streaming, but then I will be streaming on Black Friday. So I will see you tomorrow, and I will also see you on Friday. Dang, no GLC this week? Thanksgiving? Should have thought about this when planning GLC on Thursdays. So sad. No, I just got back from LAIC, so I don't really have any live tabletop gameplay planned. I'm really just trying to get my head back on straight. I just get kind of caught up. So I do apologize for that. But soon. Alright, I'll see you guys.